In this video, I am walking you through a full stack Spotify clone built with Next.js 16, React 19, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS v4, Zustand, Auth.js Prisma 7, and real music from the Deezer API. No mock data, no placeholder songs. This isn't just a UI copy. It's a production-ready project that I'm going to help you rebuild from scratch, file by file, and by the end, you'll understand server components, server actions, authentication, a real database, third-party APIs, and a working audio player. Now here's the stack. Next.js 16 app router for the routing and server rendering, React 19 for the UI, TypeScript everywhere, shared types, so every component speaks the same language, Tailwind CSS v4 for the styling with reusable class bundles, so we don't repeat the same 20 class strings, Zustand for the client state and the player, the library mirror, the toasts, Auth.js, that's the next Auth v5 basically for credentials, login, and optional GitHub and Google Auth. Prisma 7 with SQLite for the local dev, playlists, liked songs, saved albums, followed artists, all persisted, and the Deezer public API for the real tracks, covers, artists, and albums, 30-second preview MP3s, no API key required. The app has Spotify's classic theme basically, the zone layout. The app has Spotify's classic 3-zone layout, the left sidebar for navigation and your library here, center for the page content here, and the bottom player that's always visible on desktop on mobile. The sidebar here though becomes slide in drawer. The top bar simplifies and you get component mobile player. All of this lives. Now let me walk you through the project here basically. So here we have this sidebar. If you click on that, you get to see the more of the project. And if you click on the library here, you get to see the sidebar again. You have search functionality here, some pre-defined categories for you to search in. You can always go back to the home page. Then you have playlists, albums, artists, if you have, of course, added any. And you have this player, nice looking. There's this scrolling popular items. You can click on show all, and that says that I need to log in to do that. Well, let's do that. There we have a sign up page. Looks phenomenal, very modern. And you also have this continue with GitHub and continue with Google or Auth as well. And right now I'm gonna go with continue. Actually, let me show you the login page here as well. That's kind of similar, but of course the fields are a little bit different. So I'm gonna go to sign up, continue with Google here, click on that. That's going to log me in because I already have created an account in there. That's my profile here. It says my name. I can go to my library and I can go log out. Let's go to the home page, select any, let's say, popular items, and it's gonna show me my library. And then here, let's say click on this popular artist. I'm gonna click on this one. It's gonna open that artist's page. It's a verified artist. The name of that, how many monthly listeners are there. If you want to follow that, let's do that. That gets added to your here. You also get the toast notification here too. There's similar ones, and all fans also like, and there are things that it's basically literally like a Spotify clone project. And of course you can play any. I'm gonna reduce my volume. There you go, so I don't get any copyright or things like that. So I'm gonna pause it. You can always go for the next, go for the previous. You can enable or repeat or disable. You can enable shuffle or not. That's completely up to you. You can go there, create a new playlist. There you go. I'm gonna click on this one, edit details, and let's say demo and description. Let's say I don't need the description here though. So let's save this one. Playlist updated. The name has been updated. I can delete the playlist. And now if I go to, let's say, home, once again, If I click on that, here I can either put this into my liked songs. Let's say here, here, here. These are going to be added to my liked songs, as you guys can see here. Or I can go to any, and in here I can click on these three dots and I can add this to demo or this list, or even create a new playlist with this track. I'm going to add this to demo, also this one to demo, added to playlist, and this one to demo. And now I'm gonna go to my demo, and there you go. It's also show you real-time data that it's 3 songs and everything is there. Now let me show you real quick that how the website looks on smaller screen sizes. So if I reduce it here, go for the mobile iPhone 14 Pro Max, there you go. This is your home. And actually before that, let me go for the iPad mini here. This is how it looks on the iPad. Your player changes. You can play the song. You can increase, decrease the volume through here, or through the shortcut, the keyboard shortcut keys from your PC, of course. Those are also the options there. You click here. There is your demo, your liked songs and all that. And of course, you can go for even lower, and the player is going to be changed for that. So I'm gonna go for iPhone 14 Pro Max here, and there you go. Your player looks very minimal now, and everything is almost stacked. These are 2 in a row, and the project looks amazing. Everything is there. You can favorite the entire album there. If you go there, there you go. The album is there, and that's the project. Let's get started working on it. All right, I'm gonna open my terminal, and in here I'm gonna go for CD desktop. We have YouTube in here, and in here I'm gonna go for npx create next app and latest, and I'm gonna name it Spotify clone and go for it. I'm gonna go for no customized settings and TypeScript yes. ESLint, React compiler, no. Tailwind, yes. Source, no. App router, yes, of course. No, and no. And our project is ready. Now let's go to CD Spotify-clone. There you go. And I'm gonna open that in the code editor. There you go. I'm gonna close this one here. And I'm gonna click on Command G here, npm run dev, and I'm simply going to click on this one, and this is how our project looks like. Of course, it's gonna look default, and I'm gonna copy that, go to our browser here, and display that here. Get rid of this one, hide that, and in here, let me close the terminal as we no longer need that, and close this one from here too. And I guess we can minimize this one as well. So here basically we have this app directory in which we are going to work. We have the layout for doing the layout of our project. That's where the global things go, like the navigation, the sidebar, and things like that that needs to be displayed over multiple pages. So that goes there, and the page.tsx is the file that you are looking at, this file right now. Then we have public folder where we have some asset files. We are not going to be spending too much time on this one. Most of our time is going to be spent on here inside the app folder. And then of course the very first thing that we need to do is we need to configure our project and clean our project. So the very first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to this main, and I'm gonna get rid of this, and here h1 class is going to be text to Excel, let's say, and it's going to be a Spotify clone. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go. Our Spotify clone is ready. Well, I'm kidding. So here We don't need the image. I'm gonna get rid of that. Let's clean things a little bit. I'm gonna go to public. I'm gonna select this file to this, and I'm gonna get rid of all of these files. And then I'm gonna go to my app, and in here there's globals.css file. So basically in here I'm gonna get rid of everything except the import Tailwind CSS. And in here I'm gonna start writing the code. And before that, what font size do we have? Let's change that to 22 here. Yeah. All right. Now in here we have add theme. Go for dash dash color dash Spotify dash green hashtag 1DB954 dash dash color dash Spotify dash green dash dim 1AA34A dash dash color dash Spotify dash green dash bright 1ED760 dash dash color dash BG dash base hashtag 121212. Then we have dash dash color dash BG dash elevated dash base. Here we have 1A 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 dash dash color dash BG dash elevated dash highlight. Here we go for hashtag 2A 2A 2A. Then we have dash dash color dash BG dash press 000000 dash dash color dash tinted dash base. Here we have hashtag 1F1F1F. Then we have dash dash color dash BG dash tinted dash highlighted. And it's going to be hashtag 2A 2A 2A, and this is supposed to be dash BG, if I can write that. Yeah, color dash tinted dash base, and this is tinted dash highlight, right? Then we have dash dash color dash BG dash tinted dash press. It's going to be hashtag 181818. There you go. Then we have dash dash color dash text dash base. It's going to be a color white. Then we have dash dash color dash text dash subdued, and that's going to be hashtag A7A7A7. Then we have dash dash color dash text dash bright dash accent. It's going to be hashtag 1DB954. Basically the same color as this one here. And then here we're gonna go for dash dash color dash essential dash subdued. It's going to be hash 727272. Then here we have dash dash color dash decorative dash subdued. It's going to be hashtag 2929 and 29. And here finally we have a dash dash font dash sans var, and in here we go for dash dash font dash fig tree. There you go. You add a comma here, you go for circular comma here, then you go for Helvetica and U and EU and Helvetica new, and then Helvetica here, Arial, and sans serif finally. There you go. Let's go down here and we go for root in here we go for color dash scheme, and by default we're going for the dark. Then here we have HTML body, and in here we're going for height of 100%, background of hashtag 000, then we have color of hashtag FFF, and we have font family of var dash dash font sans, and then here we have dash webkit dash font dash smoothing. It's going to be int aliased, I think that's what it is pronounced. Then here we have for Mozilla Firefox, it's going to be moz dash osx dash font dash smoothing. It's going to be grayscale. Yeah, I guess that's what it int alias. Yeah, that seems correct. Now there are a few things that we need to override. So first of all, layer. I'm gonna go for the base, and in there I'm gonna go for button. So button which is not disabled, that button role is equal to button and not area dash disabled is equal to true. That, and I'm gonna duplicate that and change that to switch. That, and I'm gonna duplicate that one more time, role is tab. That, and I'm gonna duplicate that finally one more time, and in here this is going to be, instead of tab, menu item. And in these cases I'm gonna go for cursor pointer, basically making sure that I don't need to add cursor pointer in all of the buttons and menu items that I do there manually. So it's just gonna be there by default. We need to add summary here, and also we need to add label for here as well. And that's pretty much it for this one. Then here after that I'm gonna go for something like button disabled, when the button is disabled, and before that we go for another one. So area label is true. Then either of these cases we're going for cursor not allowed. There you go. Now here we're going for a custom scroll bars. So we're just going to make sure that it looks like Spotify style, right? So for that we're going to go for universal selector, then WebKit scroll bar. Open that. We have a width of 12 pixels and height of 12 pixels as well. And in here we're going for dash WebKit dash scroll bar dash track, and for that we're going for background transparent. And then next here we're going for universal selector dash WebKit dash scroll bar thumb, and this is going to be a background RGBA 255 border is going to be 3 pixels, solid, transparent. Background clip is going to be padding box, and then we have border radius of 999 pixels. After that, here we have actually the thumb. I'm gonna copy that. Hover, that's going to be background RGBA 255 a little light. Background clip is going to be padding box, and border is going to be 3 pixels, solid, transparent. Basically, we are overriding both states, the normal and the hover state. And here we have some like range inputs. These are some default styling that is going to be implemented in this project. So input type range is going to be like dash webkit dash appearance is going to be none. Then we have appearance none. Then we have background transparent. And then we have cursor pointer. After that, we have input type is going to be range, and on that we're going for dash webkit dash slider runnable track. There you go. Height is going to be 4 pixels and border radius is going to be 999 pixels for that. Then we have, again, I'm gonna copy that, bring it down here, and instead of this I'm gonna go for mouse dash range dash track. Open that. This is going to be height 4 pixels and border radius 999 pixels. All right, and I'm gonna copy that one more time, bring it down, change this to webkit dash slider dash thumb, and it's going to be webkit appearance none, appearance none. And then here we have height of 12 pixels, width of 12 pixels, background is going to be FFF, border radius is going to be 50%. Then we have margin top minus 4 pixels. There you go. And then we have opacity of 0 and transition of opacity 120 milliseconds and ease. There you go. Next up, I'm gonna copy this and bring it down here. I'm gonna change that to mouse range thumb. Open that. Height 12 pixels, width 12 pixels. Background is going to be 555. Sorry, FFF, not 555. Border 0. Border radius is going to be 50%. We have opacity of 0, and then we have transition opacity 120 ms, which is going to be ease. After that, we have, actually, I'm gonna bring this input here. On hover, it's going to be dash webkit slider thumb. And then next one, I'm gonna copy this one here again, and this one is going to be focus. Hold on, focus dash visible. This is going to be webkit slider thumb again. And for these ones, opacity is going to be 1. I'm going to replicate it here. And I'm gonna change this from webkit to mouse range thumb here and here as well. Mouse range thumb. There you go. Then here we're going for something like playing bars animation. And just write this code and bear with me. I'm gonna be explaining all of these styles while we are using them in our code. Right now we're just preparing and we're making sure that we have everything up and running before we start executing it. So we have keyframe, equalizer, and it's going to be at 0%. Open that. It's going to be transform scale y 0.3. Then we have 50% transform scale y, which is going to be 1, then 100% transform scale y 0.3% back to original. Now here we have equalizer dash bar. Open that. We have a width of 3 pixels, height of 14 pixels, border hashtag 1db954. Then we have border radius of 1 pixel. We have transform origin, it's going to be bottom, and we have animation, that's going to be equalizer, this one that we just created above, and that's going to be 1 seconds is in out and infinite. And I will be explaining and I will be showcasing that how this works and where this is working and all that. So just bear with me, please. So now here I'm gonna copy this, and in here we have nth child 1. Animation delay for this one is going to be 0 seconds, and then I'm gonna duplicate it a few times, so the second child here goes for 0.25 seconds of delay, and then the third child goes for 0.5 seconds of delay. Right now here we're going for something like marquee for mobile player. All right, now add keyframe, it's going to be marquee. Open that. We have 0%. Transform translate x is going to be 0. Then 100% it's going to be transform translate x minus 100%. There you go. Now here we have marquee. Open that. Animation, marquee, 12 seconds, linear, infinite. There you go. Now after that, here we are going to do something like hide scroll bar but keep functionality. We don't want to display the scroll bar for that. So dot no scroll bar, we're creating this class webkit scroll bar. Now here display none. Dot no scroll bar. There you go. Open that, and in here we have dot ms that overflow style, it's going to be none, and scrollable width is going to be none as well. Now I'm going to scroll the page higher a little bit, and now in here we have card hover utilities. Now here dot card dash hover, open that. We have transition background dash color 200 ms and ease. There you go. After that we have card dash hover, and now hover state of that class, it's going to be background color var color dash bg dash elevated dash highlight. There you go. And matter of fact, in here we have this class. There you go. So we could use this class here instead. There you go. And we have white here. So what we're using for white, there you go, text base. So wherever we're using white, we're gonna do this there instead. Var here, and in here, and in here. Yeah. Actually, there's this thing. Okay, so we are using background, and for that we're using text base. That's not good, because later when we add it's an issue, it could be an issue for the scalability later, because somebody decide to change the base color that's for the text and not for the background. That's going to affect the background as well, because we are using the text color for the background. So we're going to do undo here. Actually, we're going to stick with the FFF here. Yeah, that's much better. All right, now after that, here we're going to go gradient noise overlay used for hero sections. So noise background image is going to be radial gradient. Open that. We have RGBA 255, 255, 255, and it's going to be 0.04. Very, very, very minimal. And 1px. Then we have transparent, and then we have 1px for that. After that, we have radial gradient here once again, and that is going to be, I'm going to open that, RGBA 255, 255, 255, and in here it's 0.03. Yeah, it's 0.04 and 0.03. Space, and then you go for 1px again, and I'm gonna go for transparent, and I'm gonna go for 1px one more time. And that should be it for this one. And I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go for background size 4px, 4px, 8px, and 8px. Then we have background position 0, 0, and 2px and 2px. And that pretty much it for the noise. Now final thing here, we're going for the selection here. So for that selection, I'm going to open that. Background is going to be RGBA 29, 185, 84, and we're going to go for 0.4 of opacity, the alpha channel in here. So color is going to be FFF, FFF. And that's pretty much it for the globals.css file. If there's anything else that we are going to do that along with the progress, but I guess this is pretty much it. Yeah, so now if I go to the browser here, we have basically nothing. Instead, the text is gone black as well. And we're going to need to make some adjustments, of course. So here, for example, we are going for text dash white in this case, specifically just for now. So we could see that this is what we have now. Let's go back to our code editor and start implementing the other configurations that we need to do. All right, now before we move on to any file, I'm gonna go to app directory, and in here we have this layout.tsx file. And I'm gonna get rid of a lot of things, and I'm gonna add a lot of things. And in order to add those a lot of things, we're gonna end up adding a lot of other files. Well, let's go step by step. First of all, I'm gonna get rid of these, and we don't need this here now. Next up, I'm gonna add fig tree. That's from, hold on, actually import fig tree from next/font/Google. That is what we're using inside our globals.csx file here, CSS file. So fig tree, there you go. After that, here we are gonna add a few more files, but we have not those ready yet. So I'm gonna move on to something like const fig tree is equal to fig tree. I'm going to open that, open fig tree here, open the block, and here we have variable that's going to be dash dash font dash fig tree. And that is what we have used inside our global.css file. Then we have subsets that's going to be in here, Latin. Then we have weight, and that's going to be 400, 500, 700, and 900. After that, we have display, and that's going to be swap. All right. Then after that, we get to this metadata. So the title for this one is going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to get rid of this thing here. I'm gonna go for title, open the object for the title, put a comma here, and then this is going to be template, and the template is going to be percentage, there you go, percentage s Spotify clone, there you go. And then default for this one is going to be Spotify clone listen on the web, there you go. After that, here we have description, not like that, but there you go. And it's going to be a pixel perfect Spotify web player clone built with Next.js 16 Prisma and here Auth.js Prisma and the Deezer API. There you go. And now after this description here, we have application name. That is going to be Spotify clone. Then we have authors. And that's going to be an array. An array is going to hold an object. So name here, I'm going to put, let's say, my name here, Ali Mortaza. Or let's say we're going to put full stack SaaS architect, our channel name. And here we're going for icons. Icons is an object, and in here we're going for an icon which is going to be slash icon.svg, which we have not added yet. So let me do that real quick. I'm gonna click on that layout. I'm gonna reveal in Finder. There you go. Let me copy the icon real quick and let me paste that here. That's already provided to you in your GitHub repo. That is available in the project description, in the video description. Please go for that. And that goes under app and then icon.svg file. There you go. If I go here, well, we have these errors. Let's resolve those errors first. So I'm gonna get rid of this thing here. And there you go. Let's go back here. So this is what we have so far. Spotify clone, listen on the web, and we have the icon as well. And yeah, let's go back here. And now after this metadata, I'm going for another thing, and that is going to be export const viewport, and it's going to be viewport with a small p equal to this object, which is going to be theme color, and it's going to be hashtag 121212, and that's pretty much it. And that viewport needs to be imported from the next here. There you go. And we're good with that now. Let's go down here, and I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. And in here, I'm gonna go for fig tree, and that should be small. Yeah, there you go. I forgot the T here. Yeah, fig tree dot variable, and that's pretty much it for this one. Then we have this body, and in there I'm going for something like bg dash black, text dash white, and nt aliased. Save that, and let's go to our browser here, and this is what we have so far. Let's go back to our code editor. Right now I'm gonna go and define the types, whatever the types we are going to use in this project. So let's create a new folder, call it types, and in here we have a new file called index.ts. In that we have export interface track. That's the type that we're gonna export. So ID is going to be string, title also string, artist also string, artist ID string. We have album string, album ID string, duration, it's going to be a number, cover URL, it's going to be a string, audio URL, that's going to be an optional, and it's going to be a string. Then we have explicit, it's going to be a string, sorry, it's going to be a boolean. Then we have added at, that's going to be an optional, and that's going to be a string as well. After the track, we are gonna export type, album type, which is either going to be an album or single or EP simply. So it's one of these three. Then we have export interface album, that is going to be ID string, title string, artist ID string, artist string, cover URL string, year is going to be number, type is going to be album type. So one of these three. Then we have tracks, an array of track here. So then we have export interface artist. Open the type here, and we have ID string, name string, image URL string, banner URL, which is going to be an optional and string. We have monthly listeners, that's going to be a number, verified, it's going to be a boolean, genres, it's going to be an array of strings. We have popular tracks, an array of track, albums, an array of album type, BUM, there you go, and then bio, if that is available, that's going to be a string. Next up, we have export interface playlist, open that, ID string, title string, description string, cover URL string, honor string, followers needs to be number, tracks, array of track type is public string, and gradient, it's going to be an optional and string. And here we have export type. Repeat mode is equal to off context track. And then you go for export type library item. That's going to be equal to, I'm going to come down here. Let's use the pipeline here. Either it's going to be this kind playlist data playlist. Let's use the pipeline again. Actually, I'm gonna duplicate that. So this time it's going to be album and data is album. Duplicate that. It changes to artist and artist type here. Duplicate that. This changes to liked, and the data in here is going to be changed to an object. So ID string, title string, cover URL string, count number. That's pretty much it. And finally here we can go for export interface category. Open that. ID is going to be a string. Name is also going to be a string. Color is also going to be a string, and image URL is also going to be a string. So these are all of the types that we are going to use throughout this project to build this complete Spotify clone project. And I'm going to close this file now and move on to the next one, which is I'm going to create a new folder in here and call it lib. And inside that, there's going to be a file utils.ts. And there are going to be a lot of code for so many things that we are going to use again and again, and so many things that are going to be exported from this file and which are going to be reused over and over again throughout the project. But we're going to be writing that along with the progress, not going to write that all the way here. So, and before we start writing any code in this file, we're going to need one package, and that package is going to be npm I CLSX. Simple. That's just one package that we need for now. Npm run dev. Let's go back there. Actually, there's another one that we are gonna need. I'm gonna close the server, and I'm gonna go for, let me actually check my package.json file. So do we have or do we not? So yeah, we do not. So here I'm gonna go for npm I tailwind dash merge. So this is the package that we need. Npm run dev. Bring it down here. I'm gonna close this one in the utils file now. Let's start writing the code, and that is going to be import. Let's try actually CLSX. There you go. We get that. And we also need what? We need type class value. Well, we're gonna need to use our manual method now. So that is going to be like type class value. There you go. Next thing that we need is import tw merge from Tailwind merge. And next thing we are going to do is export function cn dot input, and it's going to be a class value, an array of class value. We're going to open the function in here. We're going to return Tailwind merge, and it's going to be CLSX and we're gonna put the inputs in here, and that's pretty much it for now that we just need from this file, and we can close this file now. Right now there's a very important file that we're gonna need to work on, and that file is basically going to make sure that our website requires very minimal repetitive code from us, because we're gonna make sure that this file is containing all of the code that is gonna be used over and over again. So I'm gonna close this file here and this one here, and what I need is in the lib folder I'm going to create a new file that's going to be styles.ts file. So here we're going for import type CSS properties basically from React, and then also import cn. That's actually type cn. Yeah, we do get that from the utils. That's exactly what I need. Now let's come down here and we're gonna go for export const UI is equal to this object, and in here we have typo, hold on, graphy. First of all, we have section heading, that's going to be margin bottom dash 4 text dash 2xl font dash bold and text dash base. Yeah, 2 times text. Then we have section title, it's going to be text dash 2xl font dash bold text dash base. Then we have section show all, it's going to be text dash small font dash bold text dash subdued, and on hover it's going to say underline. Then after that, here we have auth label, label, yeah, label, and it's going to be text dash small font dash semi bold, and then we have text dash white in here. Next up we go for row title, and that's going to be truncate text dash small, and no, actually for this one we're going for text dash xs and text dash subdued. There you go. Next up we have row subtitle, and that is going to be truncate text dash xs and text dash subdued. And actually this one needs to be small, not this one needs to be xs. Yeah, the title is small and the subtitle is extra small. After that we have player title, that's going to be truncate text dash sm font dash medium here text dash base here. And then next we have player artist, that's going to be truncate text dash xs and text dash subdued. Next up we have collection footer, and it's going to be px-4 pt-10 pb-16 text-xs text subdued, and small screen size is going to be padding x-6. Alright, so next up here we're gonna go for, let me put a comma here, this is going to be layout and grids, and basically this is going to be for responsive card grid used by section row search and artist pages. So this is going to be card grid. It's going to be grid dash calls dash, and in here we put a custom value. So repeat auto dash fill min max 140 px 1 fraction, and this space needs to be removed. Yeah, so 140 px and 1 fraction. After that we go for gap dash 3. On small screen sizes it's going to be grid dash calls dash custom value repeat auto dash fill min max 170 px and 1 fraction, and then we come here and small screen size it's going to be gap dash 4. After that here we have flex center. It's going to be flex items dash center. Then we have page padding, and it's going to be px dash 4 pb dash 10 and small screen sizes px dash 6. Next up we have cards and surfaces. It's going to be used by album, playlist, artist, content, card, shell, right? So it's going to be content, card, group, log, rounded dash md, bg dash bg dash elevated dash base, padding dash 4, transition dash colors, and on hover it's going to be bg dash elevated dash highlight, focus dash visible, it's going to be bg dash elevated dash highlight, and on focus dash visible it's going to be outline dash none. Then next up we have quick access card. It's going to be group relative flex height dash 16 items dash center gap dash 3 overflow dash hidden rounded dash md bg dash white slash 5 transition dash colors, and on hover it's going to be bg dash white slash 15. Next up we have cover placeholder. It's going to be bg dash decorative dash subdued cover shadow. It's going to be shadow dash 0 underscore 8 px underscore 24 px underscore rgba. It's going to be 0 0 0 and, well, without the spaces, 0 0 0 0.5, the alpha channel. And here we have library and filters. So basically clickable library row, which is going to be sidebar plus slash library page. That's going to be library row flex items dash center gap dash 3 rounded dash md and p dash 2 here, transition here, on hover it's going to be bg dash white dash 10. Then we have filter chip, which is going to be shrink dash 0 rounded dash full px dash 3 py dash 1.5 and text dash small, and transition finally. Next we have filter clear btn. That's going to be grid height dash 8, width dash 8, shrink dash 0, place dash items dash center, rounded dash full, bg dash elevated dash highlight, text dash base, comma, get down here, and we have library search input. That's going to be width dash full, rounded dash full, bg dash elevated dash highlight, py dash 2, padding left dash 9, padding right dash 3, text dash small, text dash base, placeholder. It's going to be text dash subdued, outline dash none, focus dash visible. It's going to be ring dash 1, focus dash visible. It's going to be ring dash white dash 60. Then we have on small screen sizes, the width is going to be 64. Small screen sizes, it's going to be rounded, and small screen sizes padding y is going to be 1.5, and on small screen sizes padding left is going to be 8. All right, then next we have auth forms. So we are basically writing everything in here. There's going to be a lot more code that we're going to write in this file, and then we're going to reuse that over and over again in a lot of components, in a lot of pages and functions and all that. So I'm going to be explaining everything along. But by the way, these are just simple classes, Tailwind classes. We're just doing the styling here, nothing rocket science here. So it's going to be auth input, width dash full, rounded dash lg, border dash wide slash 10, bg dash wide slash 4, py dash 3, pl dash 11, text dash small, text dash white, placeholder dash text dash subdued slash 60, outline dash none, transition hover bg dash white slash 6, focus is going to be border dash Spotify dash green dash right. Also on focus we have bg dash white slash 6. Also on focus we have ring dash 2, and on focus again we have ring dash Spotify dash green dash bright slash 30. Yeah, a lot of classes. Next up in here we're going for auth input icon, and that's going to be pointer dash events dash none, absolute left dash 4, top dash 1 slash 2, minus translate dash y dash 1 slash 2, text dash subdued, text transition dash colors group dash focus dash within colon text dash white. Come down here, let's do auth password toggle, absolute right dash 3, top dash 1 slash 2, minus translate dash y dash 1/2 rounded p dash 1.5 text dash subdued transition. On hover it's going to be text dash white focus outline dash none focus dash visible. It's going to be focus dash visible. It's going to be ring dash 2 focus dash visible ring dash white slash 40. Put a comma here, get down here, and we have auth error. That's going to be flex items dash start gap dash 2.5 rounded dash lg border dash red dash 500/30 bg dash red dash 500/10 px dash 3.5 py dash 2.5 text dash small text dash red 200 auth submit margin top dash 1 inline dash flex items dash center justify dash center gap dash 2 rounded dash full bg dash Spotify dash green dash bright px dash 6 py dash 3.5 text dash small font dash bold text dash black shadow dash custom value is going to be 0_6px underscore 24px underscore minus 8 px underscore rgba. Value is going to be 30 to 15 comma 96 comma 0.5. Let's get out of the shadow transition here. We have on hover is going to be scale dash 1.02 hover bg dash Spotify dash green dash bright. Once it's active it's going to be scale dash 0.99. Then we have once it's disabled it's going to be cursor dash not dash allowed, and on the disabled it's going to be opacity dash 60, and on the disabled when also hover on the disabled it's going to be scale dash 100. There you go. All right, after that here we're gonna go for auth divider line, and it's going to be h-px flex-1 bg-white/10. Put a comma here, and then we have pop over menus. So that's going to be menu pop over absolute left dash 0 top dash 12 z dash 50 w dash 56 overflow dash hidden rounded dash empty border dash white/10 bg dash elevated dash base p dash 1 and shadow dash 2xl. Put a comma here, come down, we have menu item. That's going to be flex width dash full items dash center gap dash 3 rounded px dash 3 py dash 2 text dash left text dash small, text dash base. Next we have transition hover, it's going to be bg dash white slash 10. Then we have menu item destructive. Yeah, seems good. Flex width dash full, items dash center, gap dash 3 here, rounded. And then we have px dash 3, py dash 2, text dash left, text dash small. Yeah, most likely basically this is like that, text dash small. Then here we have text dash red dash 300, transition hover bg dash white slash 10, hover text dash red slash 200. Get down here, then we have track rows. That's going to be track row, group, grid, items dash center, gap dash 2, small screen size is going to be gap dash 4, rounded dash md, px dash 2, small screen sizes px dash 4, py dash 2, text dash small, text dash subdued. Then we have transition. On hover, it's going to be bg dash white slash 10. Then we have track meta link. That's going to be truncate text dash small, text dash subdued, hover text dash base, and on hover it's going to be underline. Put a comma here, and then we have collection pages. This is going to be empty state, and then that's going to be mx-4 mt-6 rounded dash lg border dash dashed border dash white slash 15 padding dash 12 text dash center text dash small text dash subdued small mx dash 6. Now here we have player and actions. So for that, heart active, that's going to be fill Spotify dash green text dash Spotify dash green. Then we have now play list btn, that's going to be inline dash flex items dash center gap dash 2 rounded dash full bg dash white slash 10 px dash 3 here py dash 1.5 text dash small font dash semi bold text dash base transition here. On hover it's going to be bg dash white slash 20, disabled opacity is going to be 60. Here we have search as the last one for this export const UI, and that is going to be search input. That's going to be width dash full, rounded dash full, border dash 0, bg dash tinted dash base py dash 3, pl-10 pr-10 text-small text-text-base placeholder colon text-text-subdued ring-0 outline-none focus-bg-tinted-highlight focus-visible colon ring-2 focus-visible ring-white/70, and that all is going to be exported as const. So there you go. This is going to be exported as const. Now let me check the spellings of everything real quick so we don't end up with something so sudden. Alright, so here we have this over hidden that needs to be overflow dash hidden. And next up, next one that okay, here we have an extra space focus visible ring white-60. That should be it. Let's scroll down, and the next one here, instead of this groups, this should be group dash focus dash within. And next up we have this here. So yeah, there you go. This is roundic. This needs to be rounded dash lg. There you go. And here, if we scroll down, so where is that? Yeah, this should be new playlist button, not now playlist button. And in this one, there should be no space here. Disable opacity dash 60. Yeah, make sure there is no space. And next up, we're gonna go to the top row title, and it seems like I forgot to add font dash medium in here. Yeah. So row title, then we have this player title. And then finally here we have content. Yeah, it should be content card shell. And that's pretty much it for the export const UI. That is exactly what we are just gonna export from here. And now there are only a few lines of code left that we should be adding, and that is going to be, so let's say active versus inactive styles for library filter chips. So in here, export function filter chip class, that's going to get an argument active, which is going to be a boolean, and overall it's going to be a string. Open that, and now in here we're going to return, when active is true, we're going to return this, otherwise it's just going to be this. So in here we're going to say bg-white text-black. Simple. But if that's not true, then it's going to be bg-elevated-highlight text-base hover colon bg-white/20. And let me bring that down here and here. There you go. Next up, we are doing something like rounded shape for cover images based on entity type. And for that, export function cover shape class. And it's going to take a shape, which is either going to be a square or circle or rounded, and it's going to return string. Open that function. So here we have if shape is identical to circle, we return rounded dash full. Duplicate that, rounded here and rounded here, and here we're gonna say simply return rounded dash empty. So that's simple. And now here we're gonna say it's basically an inline gradient background, and for that we're gonna go for export function collection gradient style. It's gonna ask for an accent, which is supposed to be a string, and it's returning CSS properties, and which are gonna be returned here. Background linear dash gradient, it's going to be 180 degree, and then in here we're doing the code block which contains the accent, and get out of that code block a 99 space 0% comma transparent 280 pixels. Now the final one here is it's basically merge a UI classes, basically bundle with extra conditional classes. So for that, export function UI class, and that's going to take a base which is going to be a string, and we're gonna do the spread operator here, dot 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 extras, which is going to be string or false or null or undefined, and that is going to be an array of that basically, which all of which is going to be end up as a, not here basically, but here, all of which is going to be end up as string. It's going to return basically a string. So return cn here, base dot 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 extra, whatever the classes there are, those are going to be concatenated here. So that's pretty much it for the styles.ts class for the file. And now basically we're gonna start adding these classes into the project step by step. All right, I'm gonna open up my terminal in here, and there is one thing that I need to install, and that is npm I lucid-react. So this is for the icons. Let's install that, and let's run the server again. Npm run dev. I'm gonna go back to my browser here, and there you go. I'm gonna hide this one. Let's go back to code editor, and now we're gonna start creating our UI step by step. And for that, first of all, I'm gonna create a folder here, components. Then inside that I have another component called UI, in which I have this file Spotify logo.tsx. Let me close this one here. I'm gonna import cn from the utils, and in here interface, that's going to be Spotify logo props, and here we have class name, which is optional, that's going to be a string, and size is also optional, and that's going to be a number. Then afterwards we have export function Spotify logo. Nope. Spotify logo, open that, and in here we have class name, and size is gonna be equal to 32 by default, and it's going to be a type of Spotify logo props. Open the function. We have return here, open that, and we have SVG here. For the SVG, I'm gonna give it a view box. View box is going to be 0, 0, 168, and 168. Then here we have width, which is going to be size, and height, which is going to be size, and then area hidden, and then we have class name, and the class name is going to be cn, and then hold on, shrink dash 0 text dash Spotify dash green dash bright, and here we have class name. There you go. And finally, inside that we need the path which I can provide you. So here, go to the file that's available in the GitHub repo, and you can copy the path and paste it over here. That is our Spotify logo. I'm gonna go to page.tsx file, and here I'm gonna go for, let's say before that, I'm gonna need Spotify logo. There you go. And I'm gonna save it. The size, yeah, doesn't matter here, as we're just checking. So that should be visible here. Okay. So that's somewhere here. Current color. Let's say if I go for the fill color to FFF white color here, and there you go, we have the logo here. But for now, I'm gonna keep it current color. So our logo is done. The next file that we're gonna need is going to be in here inside the UI as well, and I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it tooltip.tsx. So basically here we are creating smaller components, and then we're gonna make sure that all of our smaller components are ready to be wired up to the bigger component that we're gonna build later on. And that way we're gonna build the project step by step. So first of all, this is going to be a client component, and then we're gonna go for use state from React, as well as type React node. Actually, that can be typed here. Type React node. There you go. Next up, we have here interface is going to be tooltip props. Open that. We have a label, string, children, React node, and we have a side, which is going to be optional. It's going to be either top or bottom or left or right, of course. And then here finally we go for the export function tooltip. We're gonna go for label. Inside here, label, children, and side is going to be top by default. It's going to be a type of tooltip props. Open the function here, and we have const open set open. It's going to be use state, by default false. Now here we have const side classes is equal to, and now if side is identical to top, then we're doing this, otherwise we're doing this. And now in this part, it's going to be bottom dash full left dash 1 slash 2 minus translate dash x dash 1 slash 2 margin bottom dash 2. And when that's not true, then we are gonna checking again if side is identical to bottom. We are doing this, otherwise we're doing this. And now in here for the bottom version, we're going for something like top dash full left dash 1 slash 2 minus translate dash x dash 1 slash 2 and margin top dash 2. And now in here again we're checking if side is equal to left, we're doing this, otherwise we're doing this. And now in the true state, in the true condition, we're going for right dash full top dash 1 slash 2 minus translate dash y dash 1 slash 2 and margin right dash 2. And this is going to be left only for the right one, and that is going to be left dash full top dash 1 slash 2 and minus translate dash y dash 1 slash 2 and margin left dash 2 finally. And with that we can move on to our return, and in here we have a span. So span first of all is going to display children, and it's going to have a few things like class name first. So it's going to be relative and inline flex. Then it's going to say on mouse enter, and it's going to be something like set open, and we're gonna set that to true. Then we have on mouse leave, another function here, and it's going to be set open to false. Then in here we have on focus, another arrow function here is going to be set open to true, and on blur set open is going to be false. And now after the children here we're going for something like if open is true, then we are doing something like this, and that's going to be another span tag. We have a class name as well as we have a role of tool tip, and class names are going to be, well, we're going for this one here. It's going to be pointer events none absolute z-50 white space no wrap. All right, and then we have rounded small bg elevated highlight px-2 py-1 text-access font-medium text-white shadow-large, and finally here we have side classes, and in here we're going to display label, whatever that label is. So that is our basically tooltip component, and now we need to display that tooltip on the page here so you get to see that what exactly we have. And for that I'm gonna go for a tooltip component here. So in here we have I'm gonna go for something like this. In here we have a label that's going to be, let's say I'm gonna just put title here. Then we have a side which is going to be, let's say I'm gonna go for top, which is actually there by default. And now in here, I'm gonna go for, hold on, tooltip. Yeah, I'm missing this one. Link from next link. There you go. And it's gonna say tooltip testing. href can say root, and I guess that should be it to test it out. Let's go here, and we see nothing in here. Well, that could be because, hold on, we have text white here, and link is here. Let me go back. Yeah, that is somewhere there, and the anchor basically here, class name is going to be text-white. Save it. There you go. If I click on, hover on that, hold on, let me bring that down. So it's going to be, let's say, padding top is going to be 40. There you go. There you go. This is our title that's being displayed. That's the tooltip. And if I want to change the side of this to right, there you go. And there you go. This is exactly what we have just built, and we're going to use this little component in a lot of places. So that's why we needed to build this upfront. Alright, so for now, I'm going to get rid of the tooltip from the home page, as that was only for the presentation. And I'm going to get rid of these as well. Let's close the tooltip and safety logo as well. And now in here, I'm going to go to, where is it? Well, the components should be outside the lib. Sorry, my mistake. Move. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, now inside the UI, I'm going to create a new file, and that is going to be icon button.tsx. Open that file, and in here, I'm going to need a few things. First of all, forward reference. Then in here, I'm going to go for type button HTML attributes. Also type React node. That's from React. Then cn from our utils, and then tooltip from our component that we just created now. And then here we have a type of size is equal to either small or medium or large. And then here we have interface, icon, button, props, and we are extending button HTML attributes, HTML button element, and open that here. And here we have label, string, children, React node, size is going to be size, which we created above here. Then we have active, boolean, tooltip, side, it's either going to be top, bottom, left, right. There you go. And in here we have const size map. It's going to be a record size string. Open that. In here we have small, which is going to be height -7 and width -7. Also we have medium, height -8, width -8, and we have large, which is going to be height -10, width -10, without the comma here, of course. And we finally go for the export function here. Export const icon button is equal to forward reference. Here we have HTML button element, and we have icon button props. Next up, we open that, and in here we have a function icon button. Actually, let's drop it down here, and now in here we have a function icon button, and inside that we have two things. The second one here is going to be the reference, and the first one here we need a few things like label, children, size is going to be equal to medium, active, class name, tooltip, side. There you go, and by default that's going to be top, and of course we are using the rest here, whatever coming from the HTML button element. All right, so size is medium in here, and now eventually after that we open our function in here and we go for the return right away. Well, we can do that later, I guess. And here we have tooltip. Open that. It's going to take a label in this case, which is going to be the label, and it's going to take a side, which is going to be tooltip side, and then inside that here we have a button. I'm going to open that. It's going to take a reference, which is going to be reference that we just created here, and type is going to be button. Area label is going to be label in here too, and then we have class name, in which we're gonna go for the CN. So inline flex shrink 0, items dash center, justify dash center, rounded dash full, text dash text dash subdued, transition here, and on hover it's going to be text dash base. Hover again, it's going to be scale dash 1.04. On active it's going to be scale dash 95. On focus it's going to be outline dash none, and on focus visible it's going to be ring dash 2. Focus visible again, it's going to be ring dash white slash 40. All right, and now inside that here we are going for the children. After the 40 here, I'm gonna put a comma here. I'm gonna go for if active is true, then it's going to be text dash Spotify dash green, and on hover it's going to be text dash Spotify dash green dash bright. And eventually after that here we have size map, and we're going for the size here from the size map, as well as we're putting the class name here, and we're making sure that all of the rest of the attributes and all that stuff is also attached to the button as well. So that is our icon button. Let me do the that format did work this time, as we have no longer any issues on this code here. All right, and next up what we need is basically we need to display this button. So for that I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna go for icon button. There you go. And in here we need a few things. So label, that's going to be, let's say for now, create playlist. Then we need, hold on, yeah, then what we need is size. That's going to be medium in this case, and I guess that's pretty much it for now. And in here I can go with, let's say, plus from Lucid React, and I'm gonna go for size of 18 for that. Let's go to our code editor in here, browser, and seems like we have that, but that's not being displayed. So if I class name text dash white, save it, and there you go. I'm gonna need to actually bring it down here. Yeah, so that's also is displaying the tooltip. And if this, in this one, if I give it like tooltip side right, that's gonna display create playlist here, as you guys can see here. So wonderful. That another component is done, and we can move on to the next one now. All right, as usual, I'm gonna get rid of this button from here and both of these imports as well. I'm gonna close this one, and in here inside the components, I'm gonna create a new folder, layout, and inside that I'm gonna create a new file, scroll-context.ts. This is a very small file but important one, and we're gonna need that. So let's really create that real quick. Use client, and here we have import, actually let's say create context from React. Also use context, also type ref object from React. Here we have interface scroll context value, and it's going to be a scroll ref, which is going to be a ref object type HTML element or null. Let's go down here and export const scroll context is equal to create context, and in here we have scroll context value. This one I'm gonna put that there, actually not here but here. Yeah, scroll context value, or it's going to be null, and here I'm gonna put null as well. Export function use scroll container, and in here I'm gonna go for const cdx is equal to use context, and this is going to be scroll context. And then if context isn't available, then it's gonna simply throw new error, which is going to be use scroll container must be used inside app shell. All right, now after that here, return cdx. There you go. That's just it for this file. I'm going to close it. And now I'm going to create a new file inside the components here, app, and that is going to be sidebar.tsx, and it's going to be a big file and very, very important file. All right, so in here, I'm going to go for use client, as this is a client component. I'm going to go for use router from next navigation. Also use path name from next navigation. Next up, I need use transition from React. Next, I need link from next link. And next, I need arrow right from Lucid React. Home from Lucid React. Also, I'm gonna need library log out plus search. All right. And now next up, I'm gonna need cn from this utils that we just created, and I need icon button that we created, plus I'm gonna need tooltip that we already have created. I'm gonna need UI from the styles, and that's pretty much it for now. There are a lot more that are still remaining, but we will be doing that progressively. Let's come down here. I'm gonna go for interface, sidebar props, and open that. Yeah, with a single A, not double A. Force collapse on, it's going to be an optional, and it's going to be a medium. Just that. So basically, when true, the sidebar always renders fully expanded regardless of the stored collapsed reference. And this is basically used by the mobile drawer. All right, and then we have always expanded. That's going to be a boolean. And we have on navigate. It's going to be a function which is not going to return anything. It's a void function. In here, we're going for export function sidebar, and that is going to open. But before that, this is going to be opened. And this is going to say force collapsed on, and yeah, I just realized this is not collapsed on. Yeah, for collapsed on, force collapsed on. Also, we're going for always expanded. There you go. And we also have on navigate. So these three things, and these are going to be type of sidebar props, and we are here already. So this one's there, this one's there, this one's there. All right, now in here I'm just gonna add these curly braces here and then move on inside here. So we have const router is equal to use router. We have const path name is equal to use path name, and then we have const pending and start transition. That's going to be use transition there. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to go for const is active is equal to href, which is going to be a string, and it's going to return href if that is equal to root, then this, let's say this, otherwise we have this. And in this case, we're going for path name is identical to this, and in this case we're going for path name dot starts with href. So that's the is active here we have. Let's come down here and I'm gonna go for the return, and in here we need aside. Open the aside here. We have class name cn, and in here we have flex height dash full, minimum height 0, flex call gap of 2, transition dash, and that's going to be width duration dash 300. And that's pretty much it. Let's go inside here and we have a nav. I'm going to open that. Class name, that's going to be rounded dash lg bg pg elevated dash base padding dash 2. Inside that we have a ul, which is going to have classes like flex dash call gap dash 1. Open that. We have an ally, open that. Then we have a link. There you go. Href for this one is going to be root, then on click is going to be, hold on navigate. There you go. And then next one we have class name, and for that I'm gonna use cn flex items center gap of 4 rounded md, px is going to be 3, py2, text small, font bold, transition, and in here I'm gonna say if that is active and that is a home, basically. Hold on, if it's active and that's home, then this, otherwise this. So in here we have this is active, yeah. So in here I'm gonna go for something text dash base, and otherwise it's going to be text dash subdued. On hover it's going to be text dash base. I'm gonna need to reload the window here, and yeah, there was an error with the formatting, so that's resolved, is active here. And yeah, let's open the link in here, and inside the link we have home icon, size is going to be 24, class name is going to be is active, and if that is true then it's going to be fill current, if not then it's just an empty string. I'm gonna come down here after the li and I'm gonna create another li. Let's scroll up, and inside this one let's have a link. Open that. href for this one is going to be search. On click is going to be on navigate, and then class name, hold on, class name in this case is also going to be cn, and that is going to be flex items dash center gap dash 4 rounded dash md, px dash 3, py dash 2, text dash small, font dash bold, transition, and in here let's put a comma, and I'm gonna say is active, and it's going to say search in here true, false, and in the case of true I'm gonna go for text dash base, and in case of false I'm gonna go for text subdued. On hover it's going to be text base, and that's pretty much it. Let's go inside the link here, and we have search, we have size of 24, we have stroke width, so is active search. If that is the case then we're going for 3, and if that's not the case then we're going for 2.4. and that's pretty much it for this one as well. Now we need to get out of the nav here, and here I'm gonna need a few more things, but actually next code goes here. Before we write any code in here I wanna go for closing the server, and I need npm I, and that's gonna be Zustand. That's what I need to install first. Npm run dev once again. I'm gonna close it, and now there is one important file that we need to create first. In here I'm gonna collapse everything. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it store, in which I'm going to create a new file that is going to be library store.ts. And in this file, there's going to be create from Zustand. That's what we need to import, and then export type library filter is equal to playlists, albums, artists, podcasts, and finally all. Then here we have export type library sort is equal to recents or alpha or creator. There you go. And now export interface is library row. Open that. ID is going to be string. Title is also going to be string. Subtitle string. Image URL either string or null. Href in this case is going to be a string. Kind is going to be string. Kind is going to be playlist, album, artist, and liked. Then we have owned by me, boolean. Let's get out of this. We have another interface here that's going to be library state. Open that. We have liked track IDs, array of strings, followed artist IDs, artists, artist IDs, that's going to be string. Then we have saved album IDs, array of strings again. We have saved playlist IDs, array of strings. We have rows, that's going to be library row, array of library row, basically here, this one. Then we have liked count, that's going to be a number. We have filter, that's going to be a library filter. We have a sort, that's going to be library sort. And then we have query, which is going to be a string. We have sidebar collapsed, that's going to be a boolean. And then we have mobile nav open, that's going to be a boolean as well. I'm going to scroll it up, and here toggle like track ID string, it's going to be a function which is not going to return anything. Toggle follow artist, not returning anything, it's also going to take an ID which is going to be a string. Toggle save album ID string void. And we have toggle save playlist ID string, it's not returning anything. Then we have set filter, that's going to be, for that we have filter which is going to be library filter, it's not returning anything. We have also set sort, so sort is going to be library sort in this case, and it's not returning anything. Then we have set query. So query in this case is going to be our string and void here. Then we have set sidebar collapsed. It's going to be v equal to boolean, and that's going to be true as void. Set mobile nav open. V is going to be boolean and void in here as well. And here we are doing basically what? Replace the entire snapshot. Yeah, actual snapshot at once called by library iterator. So that's what we're doing here. Iterate, it's going to be a snapshot, and open that. Let's go here, and then we have liked track IDs is going to be an array of strings. Then we have saved album IDs, array of strings. Then we have followed artist IDs, array of strings. Then we have rows, library row, array of that. And liked count is also going to be a number here, and that all is going to be returned void. Sorry, that's all going to be void, not returning anything at all. And then after that, here we're going for function toggle. That's going to be arr, array of strings, basically array. ID is going to be a string, and that all is going to be an array of strings. Open that, and in here a string. Yeah, there you go. And string here, string here. Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead. We have return. We are returning an array of string, basically. Return arr.includes id. If that's true, then we are doing arr.filter x, arrow function here, x is not equal to id. And if that's not the case, then we simply have just id, and we are doing the spread operator here, dot 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 array. There you go. And now finally we have export const use library store is equal to create. That's going to be library state, and then create another parenthesis in here and another inside that, which is going to be set, and that is going to be an arrow function in here. Open that. Actually create this object inside that and open that instead. Here we have liked track IDs equal to this, and then we have followed artist IDs equal to an empty array. There you go. Then we have saved album IDs, empty array, saved playlist IDs, empty array here. Then we have rows, empty array, liked count 0, filter all by default, sort is going to be recents by default. Next up we have query, which is going to be an empty query. Sidebar collapsed is going to be false by default. Next up we have mobile nav open, false by default. And then we have here toggle like track. That's going to take an ID, and that's going to do set in here arrow function. Open that, and inside that we're going for liked track IDs. Toggle s dot liked track IDs with the ID here, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to put a comma here. Let's come down here, and we have toggle follows artist. This is going to take ID as well. Arrow function, we have set as in here. Let's return followed artist IDs. Toggle, that's going to be s dot followed artist IDs with the ID here, comma here. And I'm going to duplicate it a few times, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna put these line breaks between all of these, and for this one is going to be changed to toggle save album. There you go, we have saved album IDs, save album IDs with the ID. This one is going to be changed to toggle save playlist, and saved playlist IDs, saved playlist IDs. There you go. Next up here, this one is going to be, actually we can write them from scratch. Set filter is going to be taking a filter, and that's going to be set, and in here we just write the filter down. Then we have set sort in here as well. We go for set, and we do the sort in here too. Duplicate that, bring it down, and that changes to set query in here, and query in here as well. Next up we have set sidebar collapsed. This is going to be sidebar collapsed. Here we're going for set sidebar collapsed. There you go, comma, set mobile nav open, and it's going to be set mobile nav open. There you go, comma, get down, hydrate, and it's going to take a snapshot, arrow function, set, open that, and in here we have something like liked track IDs. It's going to be snapshot dot liked track IDs. We have saved album IDs, snapshot dot saved album IDs. We have followed artists IDs, and this is going to be snapshot dot followed artist IDs. We have rows, that's going to be snapshot dot rows. Then we have liked count, snapshot dot liked count. Now in here, just make sure that you have this, where's that? So toggle follows artist, and this needs to be follow artist, and you have this set sidebar collapsed. Well, it's supposed to be set sidebar collapsed, and yeah, that's there, and after that let me Let me actually save this file as well, and this one, let me reload the window and make sure that we have the error or not. Well, there is some sort of error that we are missing. All right, so here we have toggle like track, and like track we have toggle follow art. Yeah, that's the typo here. Toggle follow artist, and there you go. If I can just, yeah, artist here, here. Let me verify album, all three places, playlist, filter. Yeah, I guess we're good to go. Let me get rid of the extra spaces, or I can simply just, yeah, I can simply just do the formatting. Well, that's good. I'm gonna save it. And now let's move on to the next file, which is basically we're gonna go to sidebar.tsx, and in here we need to bring our use library store. Yes, that library store needs to be there. And now before this active here, I'm gonna create a const stored collapsed is equal to use library store s arrow function. This is going to be s dot sidebar collapsed. That's pretty much it. Then const set collapsed is equal to use library store. We have s, and in here this is going to be s dot set sidebar collapsed. There you go. Next up we have const filter is equal to use library store, and this is going to be s again, and we're going for s dot filter. Const set filter is equal to use library store s arrow function s dot set filter. Const rows is equal to use library store. In here we have s, and we're doing s dot rows. And then afterwards, now in here, before we move on to the next piece of code that we are required to write in here, for that we need to write another file, because I don't want to write all of the code in here. So that's why I need to write some code into the new file and bring that file into this one and write the code based on that file. So here inside the lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder, call it hooks. And inside that, I'm going to create a new file, call it use media query.ts. It's going to be a client component. Then we have use use sync external store from React. That's what we are bringing from React. And here function subscribe query is going to be a string. Open that, and in here we have a return. So return is going to do something like on change. It's going to be an arrow function, which is not going to return anything. And then here we are opening the function again. We have if type of window is identical to undefined. In that case, we are returning an empty object. After that, here we have const mql is equal to window dot match media. It's going to be query mql dot add event listener change on change. Yeah, there you go. This on change has been added to this one. And then finally, we're going to return an arrow function mql.remove event listener change on change. There you go. Get out of here and function get snapshot query, which is going to be a string. Open that, return window dot match media query dot matches. That's it. Create another function here, get server snapshot, return false. That's just it. Export function use media query. Query is going to be a string boolean here. That's what it's returning. So return use sync external store. Open that. We have subscribe to the query, and we have get snapshot query, and then we have get server snapshot. There you go. And then finally, after everything, we have export const use is mobile is equal to this function use media query here, max width 767 pixels. Export const use is tablet is equal to this arrow function use media query. Here we have minimum width 768 pixels, and that here actually that needs to be closed here too, and max width 1023 pixels. And then finally export const use is desktop here use media query, and in here we have minimum width 1024 pixels. And that's pretty much it that we need for this file, and we can close this file now. And now we need to bring that file into our project. So here we're going for use is tablet. So we're just bringing that from there, and that is going to be used here. So here I'm gonna say always expanded. If that's not true, also force collapse on is equal to medium, and also if it's tablet is tablet. Actually, hold on, we need to create that here in a minute. So that would be, let's do that here. Const is tablet is equal to use is tablet. Yeah, that's it. Let's go here, and is tablet. So that all thing needs to be attached to a variable. So const forced collapsed is equal to this, and then we have const collapsed is equal to always expanded. If that is true, then we are basically going for the false. Otherwise, we're going for force collapse here, or we're going for stored collapsed. Finally, here we have const can toggle collapse is equal to the reverse of always expanded and the reverse of forced collapsed. There you go. And now that collapsed, we can use somewhere here. So I'm going to put a comma here. I'm going to go for collapsed. If that is true, we're going for width dash 72 pixels. Otherwise, we're going for width dash full. Hold on. Yeah, we're going for width dash full and small screen size width dash 340 pixels. So that's for collapsed there, and here in the link as well. Yeah, so here we're gonna go for collapsed. If that is the case, only then we're going for justify dash center px dash 0. There you go. And for this one as well, here we are going for collapsed. If that is the case, we are going for justify dash center and px dash 0 here. And after this home here, we need to say if it's not collapsed, then we are showing a span tag here, and that's gonna say home. Same goes here. If this is not collapsed, only then, hold on, span, we're showing search in here. I'm gonna save it, and now we move on to the next part of this file. Alright, I'm gonna scroll down here after the nav, and in here I'm gonna create a div. Actually, yeah, here. Create a div, and I'm gonna give this some class names like flex min height 0, flex dash 1, flex dash call, rounded LG, and bg dash elevated dash base. And now inside this div we have a header. I'm gonna give it some classes, and I'm gonna go for the CN here. We have flex, items center, justify between px-4, pb-2, and pt-4. All right, and if we have, if the sidebar is collapsed, then we are also adding padding x-3. All right, let's come inside here, and here we have a button which is going to have some classes, of course, but before that it's gonna be type button, and we have an on click method here basically. So on click arrow function here, on click can toggle collapse and set collapsed. So if can toggle collapse, if that is true, if the toggle can be collapsed, then we are doing the set collapsed, and we are changing it to reverse of the collapsed, whatever that is, right? And then after the on click here, yeah, there you go. I'm gonna go for area label, and that's going to be if it's collapsed, then we're going for expand your library, and if it's not collapsed, then we're going for collapse your library. And then we have class names in which we are going to use cn. That's going to be flex items center. There you go, gap-3. And then we have text small, font dash bold, text dash subdued. And in here I'm gonna say can toggle collapse. If that is the case, then I'm also adding hover text dash base. But if can collapsed is not true, can toggle collapse is not true, then we're going for cursor dash default. I'm going to open the button here, and here we have library from Lucid React, and the size of that is going to be 24. After the button here, let me format everything. Yep, there you go. And by the way, I did that by running this thing, format document. So shift option F on my keyboard. That's what I did. Right after the button here, now I'm gonna go for if it's not collapsed, right? Then we are going for this. Let me bring this up here, and this can be up here too. Yeah. So in here, we're going for something div, class name, flex, items dash center, cap dash 1. I'm gonna open the div here, and we have an icon button. And let me make sure that are we pulling that? Yes, we are. We have an icon button here, and to that we're gonna give a label, which is going to be create playlist. Then we have size empty. Then we have on click, which basically is going to require a server action which we have not created yet, and that actually we're going to do later. So let's move on to disabled, and that's going to take pending that we already have created. Let me highlight the one. There you go. And after that pending, I'm gonna open the button here, and here we have plus icon, and size of that is going to be 18, of course. So after this icon button here, I'm going to go for can toggle collapse. If that is the case, then I'm showing this another icon button basically, and I'm gonna open that. We have a label, show more, we have size of empty, and we have on click, which is going to be set collapsed to true. And in here we have arrow right, and size is going to be 18. I'm gonna save it, and I guess now we should display it on the screen and see how does it look. So I'm gonna go to page.tsx file. In here I'm gonna comment this one. I'm gonna come down here and I'm gonna go for sidebar. There you go. Let's go to the browser here, and we need to make a couple of changes just to test it out, and that would be I'm gonna go to globals.css file. I'm gonna put this to comment as well as this to comment, and page.tsx. I'm gonna need to get rid of this for now. Save it. Let's go there, and there you can see that our sidebar, if you click on that, that collapses. If you click on that back again, that's how it shows up. And of course we need to do a lot of adjustments in here, but for now there are so many little pieces that we need to put together, and that's basically what I'm trying to do here. Is as I don't want to write the code all at once, I want to give you teaser of everything and display of everything that whatever we are building, and eventually it's going to take a lot more time in build in order to put all of this stuff together and display it like a page. But that of course is coming. So yeah, bear with me. I'm gonna do undo here. I'm gonna get rid of the sidebar from here. That was just for the showcase, and in the global I'm gonna do the undo once more. I'm gonna close this one, and here I'm gonna, there you go, and we are back to Spotify clone here. All right, let's get back here. And now I'm gonna go back to sidebar.tsx file. I'm gonna close this one. And here we're gonna need a few more things. So first of all, here under the, let me scroll down. Under the is active here, we're gonna need const filtered rows is equal to rows dot filter, and we have our row here and we are running the function on that. So if filter is identical to all, we return true. If filter is identical to playlists, we return r.kind is equal to playlist, or r.kind is equal to liked. Then if filter is identical to albums, then we return r.kind is equal to album. If filter is identical to artists, we return r.kind is equal to artists. And finally here we return true here. And now basically we need to use this filtered rows here under our div here. But before we do that, we're gonna need to do a few more stuff. And for that, I'm gonna go to my lib folder and I'm gonna create a new file here that is going to be library-constants.ts. In here we have import type. That's going to be library filter. There you go, from our library store. And we're doing export const library underscore filters. It's going to be id, which is going to be library filter, and label, which is going to be a string. And eventually this all is going to be a array is equal to this array. Here I'm going to create this object, so it's going to be id play lists label play lists with a capital P here, of course. I'm going to duplicate it a few times, so the second one here, actually put a comma here, here, and here as well. So this one becomes albums and this one becomes albums with a capital A. This one artists and this one artists with a capital A. And that's pretty much it for this file. And I'm gonna collapse everything here, and inside the components I'm gonna create a new folder here. I'm gonna call that library, and inside the library I'm gonna create a new file which is going to be library filter bar.tsx. So here it's going to be a client component. Then I'm gonna import X from Lucid React. There you go. I'm gonna import, actually let's try this way, library filters. There you go. Also I need UI from styles, as well as I need filter chip class from styles. Also I need cn from the utils, and I need library filter. Yep. Import type, that's going to be library filter. There you go. And then I need import type React node from React. That's pretty much it. Let's come down here. We have interface library filter bar props. Open the type here. We have filter, library, filter. There you go. Then we have on filter change. It's going to be a function which is going to take an argument, which is filter, which is going to be a library filter of type. And eventually it's going to not return anything. It's going to be a void function. Then we have trailing, which is going to be an optional, and it is going to be a React node. And then we have class name, optional, and string. Let's come down here. We have export function, library filter bar. I'm gonna open this one. We have filter, we have on filter change, we have trailing, as well as we have class name. That all is going to be a type of library filter bar props. And let's open the function here. Inside this function we have return, which is going to be a div tag. I'm gonna give it a class name of, actually let's use the cn here. So flex wrap here, items center gap dash 2, on small is going to be gap dash 3. Open the div here, and also I'm gonna put class name in here. And now here I'm gonna go for filter. So if filter isn't equal to all, then I'm gonna, hold on, yeah, I'm gonna return this. That's going to be, first of all, a button with a type of button. Then it's going to be an on click arrow function, on filter change. It's gonna change that to all. And then here we have area label, clear filter, and then finally we have class name here, which is going to be, in this case, UI.filter clear button. If you remember, we created this class here in the styles.ts file. That's there. Yeah. So I'm gonna open this button here now, and it's going to give us a X. And X, the size of that is going to be 16. All right, now after here and being inside the div, we are gonna basically create, hold on, yeah, there you go. It's going to be toggle pills basically. So clicking an active pill deactivates it. So that's what it's going to do. So library filters dot map one filter arrow function on that, and return automatically. Here we're going for the button here, and the button is going to be a type of button, as well as it's going to be key f.id, and then we have on click, which is going to be on filter change. It's gonna go for filter. If that is equal to filter.id, then it's going for all, otherwise it's going for filter.id. And here we have a class name as well, and that is going to be cn. Then we have ui.filter chip, and in here it's going to be filter chip class. Filter is identical to filter.id. Hold on, ui.filter.chip. Yeah, do we have, maybe I have misspelled that there. Let me copy this one here and go to this one. So filter chip, we do have that, ui.filter chip with a capital, yeah, with a capital C, sorry. that I messed up. So here inside the button here, this time it's going to be simply filter dot label. So library filters, there we have the ID and here we have the label. That's what we are displaying here. And once again, I'm gonna format everything so it looks nice. And after the filters here, I'm gonna go for trailing. There you go. And we are done with this file as well. I'm gonna close this file now, and inside the sidebar.tsx file, I'm gonna go below the header, and in here I'm gonna need, if it's not collapsed, in that case I'm returning this. I'm going for library filter bar, and for that I'm going for filter on filter change. It's going to be set filter, and class names are going to be overflow x auto, and no scroll bar our custom class, and px-4 and pb-3. So I'm gonna format everything. There you go. And that's pretty much it for now. And now basically we need to make our web page look like an app, and build all the components that we need to make sure that it looks like the Spotify clone. So let's do that. I'm gonna minimize everything in here, and I'm gonna go for components UI, and then in here I'm gonna create a new file that's going to be liked songs cover.tsx. It's a small file. First of all, we bring heart from Lucid React, then we bring cn from our utils, and we have interface liked songs cover props. Open that. We have a class name which is optional, that's going to be a string, of course. Icon size optional, and that's going to be a number. Then we have export function liked songs cover, and I'm inside here I'm gonna go for class name, and icon size by default is going to be 28, and it's going to be a type of liked songs props, cover props. And we have return. Inside that, here we have a div tag. Class name is going to be cn, that's gonna be flex. Items center, justify center, bg dash gradient, bg dash gradient dash 2 dash br, from dash indigo dash 400 via dash indigo dash 600 to dash white slash 90 and text dash white. Open the div here, and also add class name here, if the prop here as well. And then in here we have heart, and we go for class name, that's going to be fill dash white, and the size here is going to be icon size. So that's pretty much it for this one. We're gonna need to create the next file now. I'm gonna close this file. I'm gonna close actually here in the styles.ts file, let's get rid of this UI class here for now. We're not gonna use that, and instead we're gonna go for the another approach for that. So close that file, and now in here I'm gonna, inside the UI, I'm gonna create a new file that's going to be playlist cover.tsx. There you go. We have music 2 from Lucid React, also cn from there. And in here we go for interface, playlist, cover, props. Open that. We have a class name, string. We have icon size, number. And in here we go for export function, playlist, cover. And in here we go for class name, icon size 28 by default. It's going to be a playlist cover props, and return just like the previous file here. And div here, class name, go for the cn, and here we have flex items center, justify center, bg linear dash to dash br from dash zinc dash 700 and via dash zinc dash 802 dash zinc dash 950 text dash subdued. Open that and also give it class name here, and here we have music 2, and we also give it the size, which is icon size, and here we give it stroke width, which is going to be 2.4, and stroke width, there you go, 2.4. And with that, this file has been completed as well. Let me reformat that as well. So there you go. The next file that we're going to create is going to be inside the UI as well. So here in the UI, the file is going to be cover image.tsx. So we're going for image from next image, then we're going for cn, then we're going for UI, and then we're going for cover shape class from the UI styles. So here we go for type, cover shape is equal to square or circle or rounded. And then here we go for interface is equal to cover image props. Here we're going for source, that's going to be a string, alt, that's going to be a string, size, that's a number, shape optional, and that is going to be a cover shape. And then here we have sizes, and that's going to be a string as well. Then we have class name, string, priority, boolean here. Now here we're going for export function, cover image, and we're opening that. And in here we have source, alt, size, and shape by default is going to be square. Then we have sizes, then we have class name, and we have priority, and that all is going to be priority. Yeah, spellings are good. Cover image props, open the function in here, and now we're going for the return in that. So div class name, cn, here we're going for relative, shrink 0, overflow hidden, and here we have ui.cover placeholder. There you go. Then here we have cover shape class, and that is going to take the shape of that, which is basically square in this case. And then also we're making sure that we have class name here as well, so in case if we put any additional classes there. So here this is going to be I'm going to open this one here, and it's going to be if source is available, then we are going for image, and in this one it's going to be source is going to be source, alt is going to be alt, fill sizes is equal to here. If sizes are there, then definitely it's going to be size px. Here we have priority, and we are giving it priority here. And then we have class name for that object cover. I'm gonna save it, and I'm going to format it, and that should be it. I'm gonna close it, and now in the UI we need another file, and that is going to be card play overlay.tsx. So it's going to be a client component. We need play from Lucid React. We need cn from utils, and it's going to be a type variant is equal to card quick or search. Then we have interface card play overlay props. Open that. We have label, which is going to be a string, on click, and it's going to be take an event, which is going to be react, dot mouse event, and it's not going to return anything. And variant is optional, and it's going to be a type of variant that we just created above. Const variant styles, and it's going to be record, where we have variant and string. Open that, go for the block here, and we have card. This is going to be right dash 2, bottom dash 2, height dash 12, width dash 12, translate dash y dash 2, group dash hover underscore translate dash y dash 0. Then we have group dash focus dash within colon translate dash y dash 0. We have shadow and a custom value, which is going to be 0 underscore 8 px underscore 16 px underscore rgba 0 0 0 0.6, and that should be it. I'm gonna put a comma here. The next one goes quick, and that one is right dash 0 margin right dash 4 margin right dash 4 height dash 10 width dash 10 and translate dash x dash 2. We have group dash hover colon translate dash x dash 0 and a column comma here. Then we have search, and that is going to be bottom dash 5 right dash 5 height dash 12 width dash 12 translate dash y dash 2 group dash hover colon translate dash y dash 0 shadow dash large and a comma here. Now after this we need const icon sizes record. It's going to be variant number, and it's going to equal to this block, which is card 20 quick 18 search is 20. Then the next one here is export function card play overlay. Open that. We have a label here. We have on click here. We have variant which is equal to card. And this one is going to be card play overlay props. Open the function here. I'm gonna go for the return here. Open that. We have a button, which is going to be a type of button. Area label is going to be label in here. On click, we're going for event. Open that, and we have this function in which we're going for e dot prevent default and e dot stop propagation, and then on click e here. And then after that, here we have class name, which is going to be cn. Here we have absolute, flex, items center, justify center, rounded, full, bg dash spotify dash green, text dash black. Next up we have opacity 0, transition all, duration 200, and we have on hover it's going to be scale dash 10105. Next up we have on hover it's going to be bg dash spotify dash green dash bright. And we have, actually I'm gonna come back here, and this needs to be closed here, then comma, and then the new one needs to start it here. So we have basically this one and this one here. So on hover it's going to be bg spotify green bright, and then comma here, get back down once again. The next one here goes group dash hover colon opacity dash 100, group dash focus dash within colon opacity dash 100. That should be it. And now we go for variant styles, and we assign variant to that. And then next up here, after this one, we have finally play. That's the icon, and we have size for that, icon sizes. Here we have variant. Next up we have class name, that's going to be fill black translate X, and this is going to be 1 pixel. Save it, format it, and that's pretty much it for this file as well. I'm gonna close this file and I'm gonna move on to the next file, which is here in the components. I'm gonna create a new folder, call it cards, and in there's going to be a new file, content card.tsx. And just to make sure that we are doing all of this work for the home page now, basically all of this stuff is gonna put together, and then they all are going to be shown on the home page. So yeah, just bear with me. Use client, then here we have image from next image, we have link from next link, we have card play overlay that we just created, we have UI, also cover shape class, also cn, and now we can go for interface, content card props. Open that. Here we have image URL, which is going to be a string, title, that's going to be a string too, tring, subtitle, and that's going to be a string, and also an optional href is going to be a string, but required we have variant optional, and it's going to be either album or artist or playlist. And on play it's going to be e react.mouse event, and it's going to be a void. Right here, export function content card, open here, and we have image URL. Next up we have title, we have subtitle, yeah. Then we have href, and then we have variant, which by default is going to be a playlist. And then we also have on play, and this all is going to be a type of content card props. Open the function, bring it up, and now here I'm gonna go for const is artist is equal to variant equal to artist. That's of course is going to return true or false. So here we have return, and in there we're going for a link. Open that. That's gonna take an href, which is going to be href from the props, also class name, and that's going to be ui.contentCard. There you go. Open that up. Here we have a div, class name, relative margin bottom -4. Open that div. We have another div, and for this we have class name. This time we're gonna go for cn. That's relative aspect square width -full overflow hidden, and in here put a comma ui.cover placeholder there, put a comma again, cover shape class, and it's going to take is artist. If that is true, it's gonna say circle. If not, it's gonna say square. So we are displaying the artist in a circle, otherwise it's just square. And again, it's going to be ui dot cover shadow. Open the div here, and here we have image, and I'm going to do source, which is going to be image source, alt, which is going to be title, fill. Next up we have sizes, and that sizes are going to be here, max width 768 pixels, and it's going to be 50 viewport width and 200 pixels. That's pretty much it. We go for the class names, and that is going to be object cover. I'm gonna format it properly. There you go. And next up we have this div, and after that div here we're going for something like on play, and here we're going for a card play overlay that we just created earlier. This is gonna take a label, and that is going to be play title. Next up we have on click. This is gonna be on play. Next up we have variant. This is gonna be a card format. And now where this div is ending, after that div here we're gonna create another div, give it some class names like min-width-0 space y1. Open that div. We have a p tag, class names, truncate, text base. Next up we have font bold. If I can write that, come on, font bold, and we have text dash base. All right, is it good? Truncate, yeah. And then inside that p tag we're gonna display the title, and after the p tag here we're going for if subtitle exists, only then we're going for a p tag again, class name, line dash clamp dash 2 text dash small text dash subdued, and this is gonna be a subtitle, and I'm gonna format it properly. There you go. And that's pretty much it for this file as well, and we can move on to the next one. I'm gonna close this file here now, and I am going to create a new one inside the cards. There you go, new file. This is gonna be quick access card.tsx use client, and we have image from next image, link from next link, card play overlay, we have liked songs cover, we have UI interface quick access card props. Open that. We have image URL, it's going to be a string, title, it's going to be a string, and then we have href, it's going to be a string, and on play event react.mouse event, it's gonna void. And then we have export function quick access card. Open that. Here we have image URL, title, href, on play, and it's all is going to be a type of quick access props. And open that. We have const is liked is equal to image URL is equal to liked. There are a few things that we're gonna do in a different way than we did in the library store here. So there are things that we're gonna remove from here, like sort and like and all that, but that is later. So const is liked, image you are liked, and here let's return. Open that. We have link here, not this link but with a capital L. Here we have href, we have class name UI.quickAccessCard. Open that. Here we have is liked, then we are doing this, otherwise we're doing this. And in the case of true, we are displaying a div, sorry, in the case of true, we are displaying a liked card, liked song cover, and that is going to be class name of h-16, width-16, shrink 0, and we have icon size of 23 here. And in case of false, we're gonna display a div here. That div is gonna have some classes, like in this case relative h-16, width-16, shrink 0, and here it's going to be UI dot cover placeholder. Open the div. Here we have image, we have source image URL, we have alt. Well, for the alt we can give it title. Then we have fill, we also have sizes, it's going to be 64 pixels. We have priority, and then we have class name object dash cover, and I'm gonna format it. There you go. Now after this image here, actually we have to get out of this div and we have to get out of this code block as well. After this we have a span tag. Give it some class names like min dash width dash 0, flex dash 1, truncate, it's going to be pr dash 3, text dash small, font dash bold, text dash base, and in here it's going to be title. And then after the span, here we have on play. If that is true, then we are returning this. So in here we're gonna go for card play overlay, and it's going to be label. That's gonna be play title. On click with a capital C, this is going to be on play. And hold on, why is it giving us a sort of error? Let me go here. Yep, that's the issue. It should be on with a capital C. There you go. There you go. Where is that being used? Yep, there you go. Sorry, I had to do this. I always do. Spelling mistakes. Yeah. All right, now here that's on click, on play, and then here we have variant. That's gonna be quick. Save it, format, and we're good to go. And with that, that file is done as well. And now there's one file that we need to make before we actually start working on the home page. I know we have been working a lot, but just bear with me. Yeah. So I'm gonna close this file, and inside the cards, I'm gonna create a new file. This is going to be section row.tsx. Use client. Here we have link. We also have type React node. We also have UI. There you go. Interface, section row props. Open that. We have title, string, href optional, string, subtitle optional, and string, children, React node. There you go. And import type. There you go. Yeah. Next up, here we have export function, section row. Open that. We have title, href, subtitle, and I messed up here as well. Subtitle. Yeah. Then we have children. And that all is going to be a type of section row props. Open that. Here we have return. It's going to be a section class name space dash y dash 3. Come on. There you go. Open the section, and here we have div. Give it some class names like flex items and justify between px dash 1. Open that, and then we have div. Open that div, and here we have, let's say if we say if href is there, then we're doing this, otherwise we're doing this. And in case of true, we are displaying a link, of course, which is going to have an href here, class name, and that's going to be ui dot section, come on, title. There you go. And also here we're gonna say on hover it's going to be underline, and in here it's gonna say title. And in case of false, here we're displaying an h2 here. That's gonna display class name, and this is going to be ui dot section title, and here we have title. Awesome. Let's go after that. Here we have, if we have subtitle, we're doing the same here and here. Actually, we don't need this, as we're only going for the true state here. So if the subtitle exists, only then we're going for the p tag. Class name is going to be margin top dash 1, text small, text dash subdued, and here we have subtitle. All right, after that we have this div. Now after this div we're gonna go for, actually hold on, yeah, after this div here we're gonna go for if href exists, only then we're gonna go for this link here as well. href class name ui dot section show all. Here we have show all, and then after that here we have a div ending, and after that ending div we have another div class name. This is going to be ui dot card grid, and in here we're displaying children finally. So that is the complete file, and save it, format it properly, and close it. All right, I'm going to close this file now, and in the sidebar here, so after this code block here being inside the main div, here I'm going to go create another div, give it some class names like min dash height dash 0, flex dash 1, overflow y auto, px dash 2, padding bottom dash 2. Inside that div here we need a ul. I'm gonna give it a class name flex dash call. Inside that we need filtered rows dot map. On that we have an each iteration of the row. On that I'm gonna open the parentheses here once again, and we have an li. So li is gonna have a key. That key is going to be, yeah, this one. It's gonna be row dot kind dash row dot id. There you go. I'm gonna open that li, and here I'm gonna check if it's collapsed, then we are doing this, otherwise we are doing this. And if it's collapsed, open that, we have a tooltip that we created, tooltip. There you go. And that tooltip is going to have a label. That label is going to be row dot title, and then side is going to be the right for this tooltip. Inside that tooltip we need a link, which is gonna have an href, of course. So row dot href, open that here, and it's gonna have an on click, which is going to be on navigate, and class name, which is going to be ui dot library row. There you go. And in here we have a library row cover. That's going to be a component that we are going to create. And now in this false, well, yeah, I'm going to go here, and this is going to be a library row. And there you go. And I'm just going to display a p here. That p, for example, let's say I'm going to say library row component needs to be displayed here, something like that. And here a p here as well, which is gonna say library row cover here. And we of course have some issue here with this one, so this one is being closed here, and this one, if we get, yeah, we need to comment it out everything. So, and let's do that to this one as well. Let me remove this one here for now. Yeah, this one as well. Now put this to comment, and same goes here. Yeah, now put this to comments. All right. And now we finally work on our app shell. So I'm gonna leave this page open in the sidebar, and the app shell needs to go into the components. We have layout, and there we're gonna create a new file, app shell.tsx. So here, use client. Now it's gonna get use ref from the React, also type React node from the React. Next up, we have use path name from Next Navigation. And next up, we need a something that we have not installed yet. And that something is going to be, let me close my server here. That is going to be npm I framer motion. Simple. And once it's installed, I'm gonna do npm run dev once again. Close this one here, and now here what we need is animate presence from the framer motion as well as motion from the framer motion. Those two things are needed here. Next up, we need sidebar that we have been creating so long. And next up, we need use library store, and we also need scroll context. These are the files that we need for now. Of course, there are going to be more files, but those are coming later. Here we have interface, app shell props. Open that. We have children, that's going to be React node. And we come down here. Export function app shell. It's going to be children app shell props. Open that. So first of all, we have const path name is equal to use path name. Next up, we have const scroll ref is equal to use ref, and we are going for HTML element or null, and we're gonna start with null. Next up, we're gonna have const mobile nav open is equal to use library store dot mobile nav open. Next up, we need const set mobile open is equal to use library store, and here we have store, and we're going for store dot set mobile nav open. Let's come down here, and we are going for the return here, and open that, and in here create a div, give it a class name of flex height dash screen flex dash call bg black padding dash 1. We have gap 1 on small screen size, padding dash 2, overflow hidden. And then let's go inside that div, and we have another div here. Give it class names, relative, flex minimum height 0, flex 1, gap 2. Open that div. We have another div here. Give it some class names, hidden. On medium screen sizes, it's going to be flex, and also on medium screens, it's going to be flex call. Flex call. There you go. And now that div is going to hold sidebar. And we're going to use forced collapsed on medium screen sizes. There you go. Now we have this div. Let's come down here and code here. So now in here, we're gonna say This whole thing here is basically now going to be for the mobile. So it's going to be mobile drawer, and we're gonna say animate presence. Open that, and there you go. Now inside that we have mobile nav open. If that is open, then we're going for this one, and we're going for the empty fragment here. And in this we have motion dot, hold on, yeah, motion dot div. Open that. Actually that needs to be, hold on, yeah, that needs to be self-closed. Yeah, we're good to go here. So here we're going for key, that's going to be scrim. We're going for initial, that's going to be here opacity, which is going to be 0. Next up we're going for animate, and we're just keeping it simple, and that also is going to be opacity 1. And let me format that, there you go. And next up we have exit, that is going to be opacity 0 as well. And next up we have transition, that is duration 0.18. And let me put some spaces here as well. Yeah, after the transition we have class name, that's going to be fixed, inset 0 z40 bg black slash 60. On medium screen size it should be hidden. There you go. And then next up finally we have on click, that's going to do what? That's going to do set mobile nav open to false. Not like that, but like that. There you go. And we need to create another motion div here. So motion dot div self closing. We have key here, drawer. Then we have initial, that's going to be x minus 100%. Format that, and actually, yeah. Next up we have animate, and that is going to be x0. The next up we have exit, that's gonna be x, that's going to be minus 100%. And next up we have transition, that's going to be type spring. Stiffness for this one is going to be 320, and damping for this one is going to be 36. And the next one, which is the final one, is going to be class name fixed, inset y1 left 1 z50 flex width dash 86 viewport width and max dash width dash 340 pixels, and flex call, and on the medium screen size it should be hidden. All right, there is one change though, that this is going to be not self-closing, this one. Yeah, so I'm gonna open that, and in here we need sidebar, close that, and this is gonna be always expanded, as well as on navigate this is going to be set mobile open false. Format everything here, and yeah, and we can finally get out of this animate presence. Let's come down here, and here we have main. Inside the main it's going to take a reference. First of all, that reference is going to be scroll reference. Next up, it's going to have some classes, relative, min width 0, flex 1, overflow y auto, rounded lg, bg base, and we go inside that and we take scroll context dot provider, and in here we also give it value of scroll reference, and we need to add an additional curly braces here, and then open that, and in here we are going to have a mobile top bar component which we have not created yet. So mobile top bar, there you go. And eventually after that there's going to be children as well. Now we're gonna get out of this main, and we're gonna also get out of this div here as well. So here we're gonna create another div. Give it some class names hidden. It's going to be hidden by default on mobile screen sizes, and it's going to be visible from the small screen sizes and onward. Then open that. Here we're going to have another component that we have not created yet. So it's just a placeholder. Player bar. There you go. So it's a player bar. All right. After that div, we have another div here, and that is going to be class name small hidden. It's going to be visible on screen sizes mobile, but it's going to be hidden on the bigger ones. So here we have mobile player bar. Of course, we have not created that yet as well, so it's going to be mobile player bar. We will do that later. So there you go. And after this div here, we're gonna have a very interesting thing which is going to be toast, and that is going to be toast viewport, and we have not created that yet. So yeah, that's there too. And that is for now, and we can use this app shell now to wire up to the layout and finally see some good results on the screen. Let's go to our layout.tsx, the main one here, and we are gonna need, okay, so HTML lang class, this one. I'm gonna get body down here, and within the body tag here, I'm gonna have app shell. Open that, and that should contain the children. So now if I go to the browser here, well, there's something, but that all is not visible. So if we just, yeah, if we just go to globals.css file, and so there is something which is basically, we still have this, but that's not displaying it for some reason. And seems like we are missing an R here, color, and seems like we have messed it up pretty big time this time, because theme, what the hell is theme? So it should be theme. Yeah, I'm terrible at spelling, so save that. Let's go to the browser here, and we should see some results, but we are not for some reason. Let me do one more thing. So here I'm gonna stop my server. I'm gonna delete the next.next, and then I'm gonna rerun my server again. that's basically is gonna create all of remove all of the cache and all that. Let's go back here, and there you go. We have fresh cache, fresh CSS and everything. This one is working perfectly. And of course, we have all of our tooltips and all that. And there you go. This one is working as well. And I guess now we have pretty good stuff on the screen, and we should just move along and start building the rest of the stuff. If we go to the code editor here, and there are a few mistakes that I have noticed basically, and I would like to address them. So first of all, there's this anti-aliased. There you go. I don't know what it is pronounced. And the next one here is this area label. It should be area disabled. Yeah, area disabled to true. And the next one should be that if I go to this equalizer bar, there's this border radius. Well, that should be background, not border radius. Border radius is this one. Yeah, so these are the mistakes that I was able to find. All right, then I'm gonna close this one, and inside the components and layout, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it mobile top bar.tsx, and this thing is for this area here. So the stuff that we are displaying here, that replaces that. So let's go back here, mobile top bar, use client, and this is going to be import link from next link. We have use path name, next navigation. We have menu from Lucid React. Interface, mobile top bar props. Open that. We have on menu, it's going to be void export function mobile top bar. Open that. On menu, it's going to be mobile top bar props. Open the function here, and we have const path name is equal to use path name, and we have the return right away. In that, we have a div, this one, class name is going to be sticky top dash 0 z dash 30 items center. There you go, items center gap 3 bg dash base 85. Next up we have px dash 4 py 3 backdrop blur. There you go. And on medium screen sizes and onward, it's going to be hidden. Basically, it's only available on the small screen sizes. So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go back to app shell here, and in here I'm gonna get rid of this one and use this one here instead. Click on that, import mobile top bar, and it's gonna take on menu. That's going to be set mobile open, and we're gonna say that to true. Save that. Let's go here, and that is gone from here, and now we can change this to mobile, so we get to see that what is there that we are designing. So let's go back here, save that, and go to mobile, this file. Right, so in here we have a button. The type of the button is going to be button. We have area label, open menu. On click, it's going to say on menu. Open. Actually, before we open that, we have some class names like grid, height dash 9, width dash 9. We have shrink 0, place items center, rounded full, bg white slash 10. Then we have text dash base, and we have on once it's active, we're gonna go for scale to 95. And we open that button here, and inside the button we have menu. So size for that is going to be 20. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go. We have this nice looking menu here. Perfect. So I'm gonna go here. So after the button, and before that, let me format everything. And after the button here, we have a nav. I'm gonna say class name flex minimum dash width dash 0 flex 1 items center gap 2 overflow x auto no scroll bar text dash small font dash bold. Here we have link href to root, and then we have class name. We're going for shrink 0 rounded full px3 py 1.5. There you go. And we are also going for path name. If that, hold on, yeah, path name, if that is equal to root, then we are going for bg dash white text dash black. Otherwise we are going for, and I think, yeah, no, we're good, I guess. And here we're going for bg dash white slash 10 and text dash base. And there you go. Let me format that properly and open the link here. The link is going to say home. Save it. Let's go here, and here we have the home. But why is it on 2 lines? We have flex minimum width 0. Actually, let's worry about that later. And after the link here, we have another link. I'm gonna just copy that here. That goes for search, and we do the search here as well. Everything else stays the same, but this thing here, path name dot starts with, and we are going slash search here instead and get rid of this here. And here we go for the search as well, and let's duplicate that. The final one goes to library here too, and library here too. Let's go here, and this is how it looks like. Well, this all should be visible on the same line, so we are missing something here in terms of, okay, let me find that. And yeah, there on this main div we are missing flex here. So let's go back here, and there you go. We have home, we have search, we have library. Wonderful. They are being selected on their respective pages, and our menu is working perfect. And these are working too. Awesome. Let's click outside, and we're going back there. Wonderful. Now we don't need the responsiveness here, and bring it down here. And now we need to get started working on the home content part area. So let's do that. I'm gonna go here, mobile toolbar. I'm gonna close this file, and inside the components, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it home. And inside home, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it home content.tsx. It's going to be a client component, and I'm gonna bring a few things here. But actually, before that, RFCE, let's do that first. Yeah. So this is going to be a home, and yeah, export function home content. Yeah, there you go. And here we have use effect from React, use state from React, and also use transition from React. Next up, we have motion from Framer Motion, and we're gonna create a very important file, but in order to create that file, we need this file first. So that's why we are creating it now. We're gonna need content card. We're gonna need quick access, all the files that we have created so far, section row. We're gonna need cn as well. We're gonna need UI, as well as we're gonna need use scroll container. And in here, I'm gonna go for interface props, feed, home, feed. Simple. And of course, we need that home field. So let's do that. Let's go to our lib folder, and we're gonna need a new file in here that is going to be catalogs.ts file. So first of all, we are bringing album, and that is coming from, yeah, import type album from types, as well as artist, as well as playlist and track. Then here we have home feeds. There you go. And now, and for the home, we're gonna need export interface quick access item, and that is going to be ID string, title string, cover URL string, and href string. Then in here, we're going for export interface home feed. That is going to be quick access. So quick access item, array of that. Then made for you playlist. There you go. Then you have popular albums. That goes with albums, array of that. Then you have new releases. That's going to be album as well, array of that, and popular artists is going to be artist type, array of that as well. Now when those are ready, we need to go to the home content in here, and we need to bring that file. So we're gonna import type home feed there, and we are also importing type track from types. There you go, that is there. And now in here, we're gonna say feed, that is going to be props. And inside this one, we're gonna need a few things. So first of all, here above the return here, const scroll reference is going to be use scroll container. Then here we have const. We don't need the first argument, so we're just going for start transition here, use transition. There you go. Come down. And now let's go to the return here, and this is where we need the main file basically. So we're gonna need the header in here that we are going to create in a minute. Come on, come on. And that is going to be visible here. So for that, we're gonna need to create a new file. Let's go ahead and go to the components, and here we have layout. Inside the layout, create a new file called header.tsx. use client, and we are going to import few things like use router from next navigation. Then we have chevron left, Lucid React, chevron right from Lucid React, cn, and we also need type React node. All right, then we also need use effect and use state. Let's go interface here and header props, open that, and we have scroll container ref optional. It's going to be react dot ref object, and this is going to be HTML element or null. That's why it's optional. We have fade threshold. It's going to be a number. We have accent. It's going to be a string. And we have a sticky content. It's going to be a React node. There you go. Next up here, we have export function header. And we need a few things in that, like scroll container ref, fade threshold is going to be 280, and that fade threshold needs to, yeah, that also matches, yeah. So accent is going to be transparent initially. Then we have sticky content, and that all is going to be header props. Open the function here, and we have const router is equal to use router. We have const scroll y set scroll y is equal to use state initially set to 0. Now here we're gonna go for use effect. Of course, it's gonna take an arrow function, and as a second value, it's going to take an array of dependencies, which is going to be scroll container ref only in this case. Open that. In here, we const element is equal to scroll container ref. If that is available, then current. Then we have if element doesn't exist, we are simply returning from it, nothing else, and const handler is equal to arrow function set scroll y element dot scroll top. There you go. Then we have element dot add event listener scroll. The second value is going to be handler, and the third one in this one is going to be passive is equal to true. Passive is set to true. And then finally, we're returning from this one. On the return, we are doing element dot remove event listener. There you go. And this is going to fire the event on scroll and handler. There you go. That's the use effect we have. Let's come down here, and we have const opacity is equal to math dot min from 1 to scroll y slash fade threshold, and we have const reveal sticky is equal to scroll y if that is bigger than fade threshold multiplied by 0.7, and it's gonna either set it true to false, and based on that we're gonna display things. All right, now here return, we have header We have a class name of sticky top 0 hidden, and small screen sizes is going to be block. It's not visible on smaller screen sizes. And we have div here inside that is going to be area hidden. Class name is going to be absolute inset 0 transition colors, and style, hold on, yeah, here style here is going to be background, accent, and opacity. Then we go inside that div. Actually, no, this is a self-closing div. So yeah, let's get down here and we create one more self-closing div here. So that is going to be also area hidden, absolute inset 0, and I'm gonna get rid of this one, and here it is going to be backdrop blur MD. Then it's going to be transition opacity, and accent in this one is going to be RGBA. It's gonna be 18 18 18 0.6. There you go. And opacity, of course. And then after that, here we need a div, proper div. And before we start writing actually header, yeah, let's do that. Header here, and now we need to go to the home content here, and we need to display our header in here. Header, there you go. And we need to display a few things in this one. So we don't see anything here yet. We have the header here, and yes, we need to make sure that everything is visible. So let's go to the home content here, and we're gonna need scroll content reference, and that is going to be scroll reference in this case as react dot reference object. Here we have HTML element or null, and after that we need accent here, and that accent is going to be linear dash gradient. That's going to be 180 degree. Hashtag without the space here, hashtag 1F4D3A, comma, actually no comma here, space 0%, then comma, then hash 121212 space 100%. And after that, here we have sticky content, and that is going to be span. Class name is going to be for the span is text dash base and font dash bold, and it's gonna say home. I'm gonna save it. Let's go here, and we still see nothing. And the reason for that is because we haven't wired up the home content into the page yet. So here on the home page, I'm gonna get rid of everything, and I'm gonna go for import type metadata from next. There you go. And next up, I'm gonna go for home content, this file that I've been working on, and export const metadata. Come on, metadata here, and we open that, and in here we have title home dot space Spotify clone, get down here. Description is going to be discover new music. Jump back into your favorites. And now after that, here we have export, default, async function. Actually, we don't need the async yet. That's going to be later when we're going to need to bring more data into the home page. So export default function, home page, open that. And here we are simply going to return home content just like that. And it's giving us an error that it is missing a type. Basically, it's missing a feed here. And that feed is coming here. Well, for starters, what we can do, the feed basically is gonna come from the Deezer API and all that sort of stuff, and that's gonna require a lot more work in order to display the feed there on the home page. So for now, we are gonna skip the feed. So I'm gonna get rid of this feed here. There you go. Or you can say that it is optional here. If we do that, we go to here, and that is no longer an issue here. Remember that this needs to be not optional. So here, let's go here, and we have our header. And now we can finally design our header if we go here, and that's going to be replaced all. All right, I'm going to get rid of this header text here and give it a class name to this div, relative, flex items center, justify between. We have gap of 4, px of 4, py of 3, small screen sizes. It's going to be px of 6. On small screen size, it's going to be py4 as well. Let's go inside. Here we have another div. Give it some class names like flex, minimum width 0, items center, and gap of 2. And open that div, and if we go there and check, we have nothing here yet. We will see something soon. So we need a button, and that button is going to give us a type. That button is going to be type of button here. Then area label is going to be go back, and on click it's going to be arrow function router dot back. And then here we have a class name, hidden, height dash 8, width dash 8, place items center, rounded dash full. We have bg dash black slash 70, and we have text dash base. Then we have on hover it's going to be scale 105, and on small screen sizes and onward it's going to be grid. All right, now inside that, here we have chevron left, and the size of that is going to be 20. Save it. Let's go here. There we go. We have this button now, and we need a similar button for the right side. So I'm going to copy that here. Type is going to be button. So instead of go back, it's going to say go forward. On click is going to go for the forward here, and everything else can stay the same. Chevron left needs to be changed to chevron right. Size 20. There you go. And it's working great. Now after this button here, I'm gonna come down, and first of all I'm gonna format everything. And now after this button here, I'm gonna create another div, and I'm gonna give it some class names. I'm gonna go for cn this time, margin left dash 0, flex minimum width 0, items center, gap of 3, transition all, duration 200, small screen sizes, margin left dash 2, and here we're going for reveal sticky. If that's true, we're going for opacity 100 and translate y 0. Otherwise, we're going for opacity 0, translate y 2, and pointer events none. Format everything, and I'm gonna open up this div, and this is going to showcase sticky content. Hold on. Sticky content. There you go. I'm gonna save it. Let's go here. And well, that sticky content thing is going to be visible when we have some content and when we scroll up. So there's going to be little something here inside the div, the name of the artist or the name of the song or the name of the playlist or something like that. And we need another thing which is gonna go to the right side here, that is for the user. Basically, after this div here, the main div here, we're gonna need to create another div that's going to be class name hidden, items center, and gap of 3 here, and small screen size and onward it's going to be flex. If we open that here, we have sign in, also we have register. So if we save that, these are the two things that are going to come here, and eventually these are going to be replaced with user menu, and that's going to come when we have our authentication in place. All right, now I'm going to go to my code editor, and I'm going to close all of the files that I have opened so far, minimize everything here, and let's go to the utils.ts file. Now here we're gonna need a few things. So first of all, here I'm gonna leave this comment here that it's about time and duration. There you go. Now here, what we need is export function, format duration. It's gonna take seconds, which is going to be number, and it's going to return a string eventually. And here, first of all, let me put this here, return, so we no longer get this error here. So here now, if number dot is finite, and that's false, seconds, there you go, and or seconds is less than 0, then in that case we are returning 0 0 0. There you go. Const total seconds is equal to math dot floor seconds. Then we have const hours is equal to math dot floor total seconds slash 3600. Then we have const minutes is equal to math dot floor total seconds modular operator here 3600, and whatever that returns, so let me put that in parentheses, divided by 60 again. And then here const seconds don't get the other way around, seconds is equal to total seconds modular operator and 60 here. So now if hours is more than 0, then we're gonna return this. And in here, we are saying hours, colon here, then minutes dot to string, and then on that dot pad start from 2 and 0. And here we're gonna put the colon once again, and we're going for the seconds. And then here we're doing dot to string again, and on that do dot pad start and 2 and 0. There you go. Let me format that, and we're good with that. Then we have finally the return here, in which we are returning minutes, and in here seconds dot to string dot pad start to 0, and we are good with this one. And now here we need another one. I'm gonna come down here, and the next thing that we need is greetings. There you go. And this is gonna be export function get greeting. It's gonna take a date, which is going to be a date, and that is going to be equal to new date by default, means the current date, today's. And eventually it's gonna return string. And for that, we're gonna return good evening here. And here const hour is equal to date dot get hours. There you go. Then we have here we have late night, basically midnight, and we're going for if hour is less than 5, we return good morning. Sorry, good evening. There you go. If hour is less than 12, we return good morning. And if hour is less than 18, we return good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. There you go. And that's pretty much it for this function as well. Let me clear this 2-minute space from here. I don't like that. And yeah, let's go for the next one. And that would be, I'm gonna write code here. Let's say visual identity. There you go. And I have const x palette is equal to this array. I'm going to open that, and in here we have hashtag 1e3a3a. Come on, comma here. The next one is hashtag 3a1e3a. Hashtag 3a2e1e. The next one here is hashtag 1e2a3a. And the next one is hashtag 3a1e1e. Next one, hashtag 2a3a1e. 1e. There you go. And the next one here is hashtag 1e3a2e. All very similar, right? And then we have hashtag 3a2a1e. And yeah. And finally, we have hashtag 231 3a. There you go. Now here we're gonna say export function pick accent x. It's gonna take a seed. Seed is going to be a string, and it's gonna return a string as well. And we have return here and simple string. There you go. And that is going to basically let hash is equal to 0 for let I is equal to 0. I is less than seed dot length I plus plus. Open that, and in here we have hash is equal to hash multiplied by 31 plus seed dot char code at the current iteration, or simply 0. And we get out of this one, and in here we are returning what? We are returning x palette. This is going to be math dot abs. It's going to take hash as an argument, and we're going to using the remainder operator here, x palette x underscore palette dot length. And that's pretty much it for this function as well. All right, I'm going to close this file now, and the next thing that we need to do is I'm going to go to next.config.ts file here, and in here I'm going to type images in here and an object. Open that, and then we have remote patterns and array. Open that, and then in here we have protocol. That's going to be HTTPS. Next thing we have host name. That's going to be pixum.photos. Next thing we have path name. That's going to be slash and asterisk 2 times. And that's pretty much it. And there are going to be a lot more. And actually, let's add a couple for now, and we can add a few more later. So this one, protocol HTTPS again. And here I'm gonna say fastly.pixum.photos. And yeah, there you go. Then we have images.unsplash.com. I'm gonna duplicate it one more time. And then here we have i.scdn.co. Everything else stays the same. Duplicate it again and change this to cdn-images.dzcdn.net. That's for the Deezer images CDN. And then here I'm gonna get rid of this one again so we can write the new one, and that is e-cdns-images.dzcdn.net. These are for the Deezer again. And here I'm gonna go for api.deezer.com, and let's complete all of them actually here. So this one is lh3 dot google user content.com, and let's go down here. This should be avatars.github user content.com. Google user content. Yeah, everything is the same, and everything is formatted correctly here. Right, and now I'm going to close this file here. And now, because we are going to work on the home content file, there are going to be a lot of content for the home page. Matter of fact, we're going to complete everything in here, And eventually we're going to be building the player bar here as well. Let me hide this one, that's distracting. And for that, of course, we need some content to showcase. And right now we are not connecting Deezer API to this one. So for that, we need some mock data. And I have prepped a file for you. So I'm going to give you this file in the lib folder. I'm going to go there, create a new file. This is going to be mock-home-feed.ts. Paste the code in here, and that's pretty much it for this file. And basically what we are exporting from this here, that is going to be, let me show you. Let me scroll down, and there you go, mock home field. This is basically what we need. And since we haven't configured and we haven't integrated the Deezer API yet, and we need all the songs data and everything from the Deezer, and that's gonna take a lot more time in order to integrate that. That's not what we wanna get into yet. Instead, we wanna focus on building the home page. That's why we have this mock file for you that you can use, already given to you in the GitHub repo. Just use that and build your home page, and later on we just delete it or just leave it there, and we end up integrating our Deezer API and we use a real data. So for now, we're gonna use this one, and I'm gonna go to page.tsx file here, and I'm gonna need home mock. Let me open the file once again. Yeah, mock home feed. So it's going to be mock home feed. There you go. That's what we have. And now in here, it's going to be feed. And for that, we're going to use mock home feed. There you go. And if we go here, of course, there's going to be nothing because we haven't done any specific work for the mock home feed in the home content. We only have the header here, and that is exactly what we're going to do now. All right, now in here, I'm gonna get down here and let's write const greeting and set greeting equal to use state, open that, arrow function, and get greeting. That's coming from the utils. And there you go. That has been added. Where is that? There you go, from the utils. All right, next up, we need a use effect. That's going to be an arrow function, of course. And there you go. The second argument here is going to be an empty array for now. So in here, it's going to be const id is equal to window dot set interval arrow function here. We're going for set greeting, and we're going for get greeting. And here, after that, we're simply going for 60,000 here. And in here, we're going for return window dot clear interval id. There you go. And we are done with this greeting function here. All right, now after that, I'm gonna go here, get to the bottom of header, and now in here, I'm gonna need a div. So that div is going to be having some classes, of course, class name, relative. Open the div here, add another div in here, and in this div, I'm gonna give it area hidden, as well as class name, pointer events, pointer dash events none. Then we have absolute, we have inset x 0, we have top, and I'm gonna change that to custom value, which is going to be minus 72 pixels, height dash 440 pixels, and bg dash linear dash 2 dash b, and in here it's going to be from dash emerald from dash emerald 900 slash 60 via dash bg dash base, and then we have 2 dash bg dash base. Open that div. Actually, this is going to be a self-closing div, as we just need the effect there. Then here we have div. To that div, we're giving it a class name. It's going to be a cn here, so relative. Then here we have padding top dash 2, and after that here we have ui dot page padding. There you go. Open that div in here, and we have motion dot h1. There you go. And to that, we are giving it a key, which is going to be greeting. Then we have initial, that's going to be opacity 0, y 8, and then we have animate, and that's going to be opacity 1 and y 0. And let me format that. Yeah, now in here I'm gonna go with, actually, let me bring this down here and this up here. There you go. Now this is going to be transition, and that's going to be duration 0.25, and then we have class name, that's going to be margin bottom dash 6, text dash 2xl, we have font dash black, we have text dash base, we have on small screen sizes text dash 3xl. I mean small screen sizes and onward. And then eventually inside here we have our grading. I've save it and go to the editor, and there you go. Sorry, the browser. We have that little effect here in the bottom, and we do have the good morning in here. So now basically after these many hours, we are finally bringing something to our front end. Otherwise, we have been building so many things that supposed to be put together in order to build some bigger things. Well, let's go back here. And after this motion, let me format that. Yeah, after that motion here, we need feed dot quick access dot length. If that is more than 0, if there is quick access available in the feed. And by the way, if we go to the here, we have quick access here. That does exist. So we are, yeah, here. So that's going to be displayed then. In that case, it's going to be a div. There you go. Do we have the feed in here? Well, that feed is here. And that needs to be removed from here now. Also from here now. Awesome. So this div is going to have some classes like grid calls 1, gap dash 3. On small screen size is going to be grid calls 2, Excel screen sizes and onward it's going to be grid calls 3. I'm going to go inside that div here, and it's going to be another feed dot quick access dot map. It's going to be item. For each item we are running an iteration, and in there this is going to be a quick access card that we designed earlier. That's going to be self-closing. It's going to take a key, which is going to be item dot id. Then we have image Hold on. What are we missing? Hold on. If we go here, so we have image URL, title, href, and yeah, hold on. Yeah, just a second. So this is supposed to be, first of all, it should be a capital Q, not small q. Quick access, there you go. And UI dot quick access card here. And that is being exported. All right, then in here, that should be capital Q as well. And I don't know why do I always mess up with the spellings. And this should be it here as well. First of all, that. Then the next thing here is, all right, let's actually add all of the props here, and then we go from there. Next thing, we have image URL. That's going to be item dot cover URL. Next thing, we have title, and that title is going to be item dot title. Let me format that. And then next thing, we have href, and that's going to be item dot href. And next thing, we have something like on play. And for now, that is just going to do console.log playing. That's it. And yeah, that's pretty much it that it is going to do for now. And we're going to add more things to this once we have our server actions and all that. So I'm going to format that real quick, close this thing here, and I'm going to go to here. And this is what we have. These are our cards. We have daily mix 1, discovery, and all of the stuff that we have put into the mock data here. That is going to be quick access. Where is that? Hold on. So feed.quick access. Yeah. Yeah. Inside here, we have, as you guys can see, liked songs. We have this one here and more. And others can be found here. Of course, I'm not going to dig into that big file right now. Let's close this one. And so yeah, this is it. And now we need to move on to the next section here on the home page, and that is going to be after this div, of course, somewhere here. Actually, not here. We're gonna go to after this feed in here, and we're gonna create a div in there. Gonna give it some classes like margin top dash 10, flex dash call, gap is going to be 10 for this one. And in here we are going for feed dot made for you dot length. When that is more than 0, then we are returning this. So we're going for section row that we created earlier. And in here, we're going for title that is going to be made for you. Then we have href, which for now is going to go for library. And then we have inside there, actually, let me do this. Open that up. And in here, I'm going to go for another feed dot made for you dot map. And we have one playlist here basically. And for that, I'm gonna go for another arrow function in here. Open that here. And we have content card. And that is going to be key p.id. And we have image URL. That's going to be p dot image p dot cover URL here basically. Then we have title, and that is going to be p.title. We have also subtitle, that's gonna be p.description. Then we have href, and that's gonna be here in the template literals slash playlist slash, and we're going for p.id. And then after that we have on play. This is going to be for now console.log playlist is playing. And let me format everything and save it. Now if we go here, and there you go, we have made for you the playlist, the card, the content card, the section that we designed earlier. Everything is finally coming together. Let's move on. And after this section draw, and after these parentheses here, let's go here, and we're gonna go for another feed dot popular artists dot length. If that is more than 0, only then we're displaying this section, and that is going to be section row. Open that. In here we have title, popular artists, and we have href slash library. Then in here we have once again feed dot popular artists dot map, and here we have a single individual artist. We are running an iteration on that direct return here, and we have content card here, and that is going to hold a key a.id here. Image URL is going to be a.cover, sorry, a.image URL here, and then we have title a.name here. Then we have subtitle for that. That is going to be hold on, artist in this case, and then we have href, and that's going to be slash artist slash a.id here. Let me format everything, and here we have variant, that is going to be artist, and that should be it. Save it. Let's go here, and we do have our artists in the circular shape. So if we did not have, if we had that as an album, save that, that's square. And if we have that as a playlist, that's also square. And we are going for the artist here, that's circle. Awesome, we are doing a great job, man. Let's go here, and now after this feed here, we're gonna do another one. So I'm gonna create this code block in here. This is going to be feed dot popular albums dot length. When that is more than 0, we are displaying this section, which is a section row. Actually, you know what, I'm gonna duplicate this one. So copy that in here. I'm gonna duplicate that. That is supposed to be popular albums now. There you go. Copy that here, change that here as well. That is supposed to be popular albums here as well. It still goes to library, and I'm gonna need to change this to cover URL, and title needs to be changed to title, and subtitle here needs to be changed to here a dot artist here. All right, and this is gonna go to album, and here we have album as well. I guess that's pretty much it. If we go here, we have our popular albums But there's one thing that I would like to do is I'm gonna make for you capital A here, artists. Then I'm gonna, yeah, and then we have albums, and I'm gonna bring albums up here. And yeah, artists are here. Save it. Let's go here. We have made for you popular albums here, and then we have popular artists here. Fantastic job. And now I'm gonna copy this one more time in here, paste it, and this one is supposed to be for new releases. There you go. Copy that here and here. This one changes to new releases, still goes to library. The image URL here changes to cover URL, and the title here changes to a dot title here, and then we have this one changes to a dot artist. All right, and this one goes to album as well, and this one is album 2, and then here we have on play, and that's going to be console.log new release album is playing. All right, and we need that. I'm gonna copy that. We need that in the album here as well. So album is playing, and I'm gonna format everything, save it. Let's go here. All right, so now as you guys can see that our home page looks like almost completed, but we still need the player toolbar. And of course, for that, we're gonna need a few more things and all things like that. So if I go to console, clear everything, if I click on, let's say this one, well, on click is not a function. Let's go to here and let's go for the what file that is card play overlay, and we have on click here. Yeah, on click here. Rect.mouse event void. Hold on. If I click on this one, yeah, this one highlights this one. So spelling seems to be good. There could be also an issue where this file is being imported, and that could be this content card, I assume. So here, yeah, that is being used here as well. So we have, yeah, there you go, on click. This should be on click, CLICK, the capital C. Let's go here, refresh. Now if I click on this one, there you go, playlist is playing. Now popular albums, click on that, album is playing, and we have nothing for the artists and new releases. If I click on that, new release album is playing. Well, that's very good thing that we have everything up and running, and now we need to make sure that we have the player bar working, being displayed on the page, as well as when we hit the play button, that should play that sound. And of course, it's going to be dummy sound for now, and that's going to be a real sound when we have the Deezer API. All right, now is the time for us to start working on the player bar, and for that, there are some files that are required in order to work on the player bar. The first file that we need is the player store, basically, and that is going to go inside our store. We have library store. We're going to create a file, name it player store.ts. There you go. Now in here, first of all, it's going to be use client. Then we import create from Zustand. Then we also import type repeat mode from types, as well as track from types. Then here we have interface, player, actions. Open that. We have play. First of all, it's going to be a function. We're going to take a track, which is type of track, also queue, optional, UE. It's going to be an array of tracks, and it's all going to return void. Then we have pause function, void. We have toggle play, void. Then we also have seek, percent, number, void. Then we have set, progress, percent, number. It's also going to be void. Then we have set, duration. It's going to take seconds, which is going to be a number, and it's going to be void as well. Then we have set volume. It's going to take a volume, which is going to be a number, and it's a void. Then we have set, sorry, not set, we have toggle mute. It's going to be an arrow function here, and it's not going to return anything. We have next, void. We have previous, void. Then we have toggle shuffle. That's going to be void as well. Then we have cycle repeat. Come on, it's going to be void as well. Then we have set queue. It's going to take a queue, which is going to be an array of tracks, and it's going to be void. Then we have set buffering. It's going to take a v, which is going to be a boolean in this case, and void. So after that, here we have export interface play store. Let's bring it up a little bit here, and in here I'm gonna go for current track is going to be track or null. Queue is going to be an array of tracks. Queue index is going to be a number. Is playing is going to be a boolean. Volume, number, last volume, number, progress, number, duration, number, is shuffle, boolean, and repeat mode is going to be repeat mode that we created above from the types. Right now, after that, we have seek token, that's going to be number. We have is buffering, that's going to be a boolean, and we have actions, that's going to be player actions, the one that we created just here above. Right after that, here let's write a function shuffle, and I'm going to go for the generic type here, and array, and type of generics array, and this is going to return that generic array as well. And finally we open the function here, and we have const a is equal to array. We are doing the spread array here. Let's come down here, and here I have a for loop. Let I is equal to a dot length, -1 here. I is greater than 0 and I minus minus. Let's go there, open that, and we have const j is equal to math dot floor math dot random. Open that and multiply that with the whatever value we get with the I plus 1. Then here we have a I comma a j here, that is going to be equal to an single array a here and j here and comma a here and I here. That's it. And then after that here we're gonna return a finally. Now here we need export const use player store is equal to create player store. Open that, and in here we have a set and we have a get. Arrow function, open that, let's go inside there, and we have a current track which is going to be null. Then we have q empty array, we have q index -1, we have is playing false, comma here and here. Then we have volume 0.7, we have last volume 0.7, progress 0, duration 0, is shuffle false by default, repeat mode is off, seek token is 0, is buffering is set to false, and actions is gonna be this object, and within that we have a play that's gonna take track and cue. Arrow function, open that, and in here we have const q is equal to q and q dot length. Q dot length is more than 0, then we have q, otherwise track here. Bring it up, and in here we have const index is equal to q dot find index. We have track here, track dot id, and that is equal to track dot id. There you go. We have set here, set, open that, and in here we're going for current track is going to be track, and we have q is q, and we have q index is going to be index greater than or equal to 0, then it's index, otherwise it's 0. Then we have is playing true, progress 0, duration to track dot duration. Then we have seek token to s dot seek token +1. Bring it up a little bit, and this player here, after that we have pause, arrow function set, it's going to be is playing false, and we have resume, that's going to be here, and a comma here, and inside that we have const current track is equal to get if current track if is there, then we are gonna do set is playing to true. Then after that, here we have toggle play. Open that here, comma, go inside that, and here we have const is playing current track is equal to get again, and here we're going for if current track does not exist, we simply return from it, and set is playing to the reverse of that, basically toggle play. That's for the pausing, of course. Then after that, here we're going for seek. That's gonna take a %. Open that, and this is gonna take a set. That set is gonna take an as here, arrow function. Open that and go inside there. Then we have progress is going to be math.max 0 to max dot min, and that's gonna be 100 and %, the number there. And then here we have seek token s dot seek token plus 1 here. I'm gonna get out of here, and I'm going for set progress. That's going to be % set, and it's gonna be progress % here as well, comma, set duration. It's going to be seconds. Set, in here we have duration seconds, comma, let's go down. Here we have set volume. Here we take volume. Let's go for the arrow function in here. Open that, put a comma, go inside here, and we're gonna go for const v is equal to math dot max 0 to math dot min here, 1, and volume here. Then we have set. Open that. Here we have volume, volume to v, last volume to v, and v when that is more than 0, we're going for v. Otherwise we're going for, hold on, more than 0 we're going for v. Otherwise we're going for get dot last volume. There you go. Now here we're going for toggle mute arrow function. Open that, comma, here, and we have const volume, and we have last volume is equal to get. Then we have if volume is more than 0, we're going for set volume is set to 0. Else here simply we're going for set volume is set to last volume or 0.7. Then in here we're going for next arrow function. Open that, And in here we have const q index is shuffle repeat mode get. Then in here we have if q dot length is equal to 0, we're simply returning from the next set here and return here. If repeat mode is equal to track, then we're going for set as here arrow function, open the setter here, and we have progress to 0 is playing to true, seek token to s dot seek token plus 1, and we return from this. Then here we have let next index is equal to q index plus 1. If is shuffle is there, then we're going for next index. Hold on, is shuffle. Yeah, I missed that somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. That should be is shuffle. If is shuffle is there in place, that's turned on, then the next index is going to be equal to math dot floor math dot random multiplied by q dot length. We are picking a random one from the list. Else if we open that, and in here we say next index is greater than or equal to q dot length. We go inside and we go for if repeat mode is identical to context. Then here we go for next index id is equal to 0. And else here we're going for here. Let's open the else set. We're going for the setter here. Open the setter here, and we're going for something like is playing false, then progress to 0, then seek token to s dot seek token plus 1. There you go. And you simply return from there. And then there's this and there's this. Basically, after this else if, you go there and you go for const track is equal to q next index. There you go. Set, you have setter here, open that. Current track is going to be track. Then you have q index is going to be next index. Next you have progress to 0, duration to track dot duration, track dot duration is playing to true, and seek token to s dot seek token plus 1. And now we can get out of this next, which is ending here. Here we need previous. On that, I'm gonna bring it up here, and trust me, there are only a couple of things that are remaining from this player store, and then this whole file is done. I know this is the most complex file, most complex function that we are writing here out of this complete project, but just follow me. Just follow me here. Yeah. Okay. So in this one, const q index progress is equal to get. Then we have if q dot length is identical to 0, we simply return from there. If progress is more than 5, we open that, set, open the setter, and in here we go for progress set to 0. Seek token is s dot seek token plus 1. Here return finally, get out of here and put a comma here as well. And now in here we're going for const previous index is equal to math dot max 0 q index minus 1. And then here we have const track is equal to q previous index. Then we have set here setter, open that, and here we have current track is equal to track, q index is equal to previous index. Then here we have progress 0, duration track dot duration is playing true, seek token s dot seek token plus 1. And we go out of this one here and we have toggle shuffle arrow function, open that, comma, and here we are going for const is shuffle q current track, open that, set to get. And here we have const next is equal to is shuffle, yeah, reverse of that basically. If next and current track both are true, in that case we have const rest is equal to q dot filter track arrow function track dot id when that is not identical to current track dot id. Come on, id here. And then here we have const reordered is equal to current track, and here we have the spread operator dot 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 shuffle, open that, we have rest in here, set, open that, and in here we have is shuffle true q reordered and q index, come on, q index, q index is set to 0. There you go. And now on this if statement we're going to go for else, open that, set is shuffle to false, and that should be it. Now in here we're going for cycle repeat, open that, in here we're going for const order repeat mode array of that basically is equal to of context and track. Then we have const repeat mode is equal to get, and then we're going for const next is equal to order, and we have order dot index of repeat mode plus 1, and we're gonna divide that, use the remainder operator, order dot length. And then here we have set, that is going to be repeat mode to next. There you go. Here we have only a couple left, so set q here, set q, there you go. And then you have set buffering v, set is buffering to v, and I'm gonna put a space here as well. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this now. And now we are finally gonna get out of everything here, and I'm gonna format everything. And now in here I'm going for something, export const use player action is equal to this arrow function. Open that, use player store, and we have store here and arrow function within that, then s dot actions. And that's pretty much it that we just needed to export from this file. Now let me just verify that we are not messing up anything in here, well, especially me. So basically we have this shuffle function, okay, and then okay, so this max, this should be math in here instead of max. Then the next thing I'm gonna go for, hold on, so let me scroll down. Okay, so it should be, yeah, it should be current here, here, and here. It should be current track, and then we have shuffle in here. And I guess that should be it. We only have these lines on here that it's a type of any. Well, that's not problem. We can leave them there. Yeah, all of them are saying that it's a type of any. And no problem for that. Yeah, player store. And I guess we are done with this file as well. If there are anything that we need to change, we will get back to that. So that should be it. I'm going to close this file. And now I'm gonna need to create another file inside our store. That's going to be toast store.ts. So this is gonna be use client. Then here we have import create, hold on, create command from Zustand. And then here we have export interface toast item. We're opening that. Remove the extra a from here. ID is going to be number. Message is going to be a string. And here we have interface toast state. Open that, and here we have toasts is equal to toast item array. Then we have push arrow function message, which is going to be a string. It's gonna void. Then we have remove arrow function ID, which is going to be a number, and it is also void. And here we have const auto dismiss ms milliseconds, that's 2500. And we have now let counter is equal to 0. And now here is going to be the Zustand create factory. So for that, export const use toast store is equal to create toast state set arrow function, and we have our setter toasts. There you go. And then here we have push message arrow function. And now in here I'm going to go for const id is equal to plus plus counter. Then here we have setter, open that, and in here we have toasts. That is going to be an array spread operator here, dot s dot toasts, comma, and we go for the ID and message in here. Then here we have set time out. We open this function here, and in here we're going for something setter here once again, arrow function, open that, toasts. This is going to be s dot toasts dot filter and single toast dot id. We are filtering out the one which is id does not matches to ours. And then I'm going to put a comma here, and then in here I'm going to go for something auto dismiss ms. And now after this one here I'm going to go for remove. This is going to be id. Here I'm going to go for the id, and this is going to be a set here. I can actually hold on. Yeah, set. We need the s in here, and then in here we need the setter. We're going for toasts. This is going to be s dot toasts dot filter single toast. I'm going for the arrow function again, t dot id, where there's not, that's not identical to id. And I'm going to put a comma here as well. So we have, hold on, let me get that. We have this remove here. Yeah, id. So this is saying expected. Yeah, we need a comma here, and that should be it. Let me format everything properly, and there you go. We are done with this file as well. And now we can basically, now our stores are done. And now we can move on to the components, because all of those components, all the components that are regarding play bar, they're going to use the player store. All of the components that are regarding toast, they're going to use the toast store, just like we have one for the library. So we have divided every single of functionality into their own files and stores, so it is scalable. That's the whole idea. I'm going to put everything, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go for the next file. All right, so now when we have the toast store ready, it's time for us to create the toast component. And for that, I'm gonna minimize everything in here and go to components, then UI, and in here I'm gonna create a new file. This is going to be toast.tsx. Here we have use client, and then we have animate presence, also motion. There you go. And we have use toast store as well that we just created. Export function toast view port with a small p, and let's open this function here. we have const toast is equal to use toast store. It's going to be a single store, then store dot toasts. There you go. And here we have return and create a div here. I'm going to give it some classes like pointer dash events dash none fixed bottom 28 left 1/2 z index is going to be custom value 100. Then we have flex, then minus translate x 1/2, and then we have flex column. We have also items center and gap of 2. Open this div and we have animate presence. I'm gonna open that, and in here we have initial, and that's going to be false. Next up here we have toasts dot map, and it's going to be a single toast, and we are going to return that is going to be motion dot div. Open that. We have a key for that, and that is going to be this toast, t of toast, t dot id. Then we also have initial, that's going to be opacity 0 by 20, scale that's going to be 0.95. There you go. And next up here we have animate, that's going to be opacity 1, y 0, scale 1, and next we have exit, that's gonna be opacity 0, y 10, scale 0.95. Transition, we have a duration 0.18. Then we have class name, that's gonna be pointer events auto rounded full, and we have bg Spotify green, px-5, py-3, and text-small, font-semi-bold, text black, and shadow large. I'm gonna format everything, and inside this div we have t.message. That is basically the complete our toast component, and this is going to be used as a toast for every single operation that we run. When we add something to the playlist, we create new playlist and something like that, this toast is going to be used for that. But of course this is just there for now, and I'm not going to show this to you on the screen, as this is just simple that we have here currently. All right, and now we're going to create the next file, and that new file is going to be, let's go to components, and here I'm going to create a new folder called player, and in there the file is going to be play button.tsx. So it's going to be a client component. Then we have pause from Lucid React, as well as play from Lucid React. We also have cn from Udils, and here we go for interface play button props, and we go for playing, that's going to be a boolean. Then we have on click, that's going to be void, and here it's going to be event react dot mouse event. There you go. Next one is size, which is optional, that's small or medium or large, or hold on. Yeah, XL. There you go. And the next one is class name, which is also optional. That's going to be a string. We have area label. That's going to be string as well. And here we have const sizes. And for the sizes, we are going to use a utility type here. Record, basically, there's this k value and there's this t value, and we're going to use basically some stuff on that. So now we need to change this k value with the real that we have, which is non nullable, and that's going to be utility value again, utility type again, play button props, and we are getting size from there, from the sizes, right? And for the second value here, we are going for this object where we have box, that's going to be a string, an icon, that's going to be a number. And that's pretty much it. Now in here, we're going to go for small, that's going to be box height dash 8, width dash 8, and icon is going to be 14. There you go. I'm going to duplicate it a few times. The second one here becomes medium, large, XL, box, and these values are going to be changed to h dash 10 and width dash 10. Icon is going to be 16 in this case, 20 in this case, and 24 in this case, and these values are going to be changed h dash 12 and width dash 12, and here we have h dash 14 and width dash 14. There you go. Now here finally we're going for export function, play button, we open that. Here we have playing, on click, size, which is going to be medium by default, class name, then area label, and that all is going to be type of play button props. Let's open the function here, format everything, open the function, and here we have const s is equal to sizes array, and get the size from that array. Bring it up a little bit, and here we have a return. Inside return, here we have button. The button type for that is going to be button as well, and on click for this one is going to be event, an arrow function. Then open that function, and within that it's going to be event dot prevent default and event dot stop propagation. And here we have on click event. Then after that, here we have area label. That's going to be area label. If that exists, only then we are going for playing, and if the playing exists, then we go for pause, otherwise we are going for play. So basically these are two conditions. First, that we check if the area label exists, only then we going for this condition to check. If it's playing, we say pause. If it's not, we show play. All right, and then here we have class name, and this time I'm gonna use cn. That's going to be inline flex, items center, justify center, rounded full, bg Spotify green, text black, shadow, and the shadow here is going to be a custom value, which is going to be 0 underscore 8px underscore 24px underscore RGBA, and this is going to be 0, 0, 0, 0.5. There you go. Now you move on. Transition. On hover, it's going to be scale, custom value 1.06. There you go. Then next up we have hover, BG, Spotify, green, bright. Next up we have active. That's going to be scale dash 95. Let's format everything, and now let's go inside the button, and that is also actually here. After that we're gonna give it s dot box, also comma, and class name as well. Format everything again. Let's go to the button, and now in here we have playing. If the playing is the condition, then this, otherwise this. And in the true statement we're going for pause, and the size for that is going to be s dot icon, and class name is going to be fill dash black. And then we have on the, in case if it's not playing, then we go for play. Size is going to be s dot icon, and class name is going to be fill dash black. Also translate x, custom value is going to be 1 pixel. And that's pretty much it for this one. Let me format, and we're done with this file as well. All right, so now I'm gonna close this file, and I'm gonna go to components, and here we have layout, and in here I'm gonna create the new file, which is going to be player bar.tsx. That's the main player bar that is going to be displayed here. Now eventually we're going to replace that. So here, first of all, it's going to be a use client, a client component. Then we have link from NextLink. We have heart from Lucid React. We have use player store that we just created. We have UI from styles, and we have icon button that we created, and we also have cover image that we created. Now here we go for export function player bar, open that, and in here we have const track is equal to use player store. Here we have s and s dot current track, and there you go. And if we go to here basically, and I just realized that this player store, if you go there, that did you mean play store, and basically we have misspelled that. This should be player store. There you go. And now all of those issues are gone with the any type as well. Yeah. Okay, now here we go for return, open that, and in here we have div. I'm gonna give it some class names: relative, width dash full, bg dash black, px dash 2, pb dash 2, pt dash 1. On small screen sizes it's going to be px dash 4, and XL screen sizes and onward it's going to be height dash a custom value, which is going to be 90 pixels, and XL screen sizes, the padding is going to be 0. Let's go inside that div. Here we have another div. We're going to give it some class names like flex, height dash full. We have flex dash call, justify center. We also have gap 1. Then we have on XL screen sizes it's going to be grid, and also on XL it's going to be grid calls 1, custom value that is going to be 1 fraction, underscore min max 0, 560 pixels, underscore here after that underscore, and that's going to be 1 fraction again. And we go out of this one, and here we have an XL items center, and Excel gap of 4. Gap of 4. There you go. Open that div here, and we have another div. And give it some class names like flex items center. Flex items center. We have gap of 2, small screen sizes, gap of 3, and we have on Excel, it's going to be contents. Contents. There you go. And now before, actually, let's say p player bar, I'm just gonna go this way, and I'm gonna go to our app shell. So app shell file. Yeah, there you go. This is our player bar. This is where it's going to be displayed, and we have player bar, and there you go. Let's go see. And this is the player bar that is coming from that file. So if we go here now, and where's that player bar? There you go. Let's start building the rest of it. And there's go. We have left one, and here we have right one. So for the left, we're going for a div, class name, flex, min width 0, flex 1, items center, gap of 3, Excel flex none. Go inside that div. Here we have track. If that exists, we're doing this, otherwise we're doing this. So in the case of true, we're going inside that, and we're doing a fragment, and inside that fragment we have a link. That link is going to have an href, of course, so that's going to be slash album slash, and here we have track dot album id. There you go. Inside there we have cover image, that's self-closing tag, and we have source for that, which is going to be track dot cover url. Then we have alt, that's going to be track dot, let's say I'm gonna go for album, I guess. And then here we have size, that's 48 I'm going with. We have shape, I'm going with square. Then we have sizes, I'm going with, here I'm gonna go for max dash width 640 pixels, and here we have 48 pixel comma 56 pixel. I'm gonna format everything here. We messed up somewhere, and that we need to find, I guess. Let me get rid of this one. That's going to be a lot easier. And yeah, there you go. Let me format everything. We still have the issue. And let me look up here. So basically, where is the issue? This expert, okay. This is where it's saying that the issue is, but let's say I'm going for just a simple string. Now that should be good to go. Yes, we are. Let's close this one. And now here we can go back again and write sizes. That's going to be max dash width. That's going to be 640 pixels. After that, here we have 48 pixels, comma, and 56 pixels. And we go out of this link here, and after the link here we have a div tag, to which we add some classes like min dash width dash 0. Go into that div. We have another link in here that's going to take an href again, slash album slash, here we have track dot album id, and we go inside there. Actually, before that, we give it some class names like, let's go for the template literal here. We have block, and we have UI.player title, and here we're going for on hover, it's going to be underline. Format everything here, and I'm gonna go inside there. We have track.title. Save that. And now after this link here, let me format everything again. After this link, I'm gonna go for another link here, and this is gonna be href slash artist slash artist ID here. Hold on. Sorry, track dot artist ID here. Then to this one, we are also adding some class names. That's going to be block, also UI.player artist. And here we have on hover, it's going to be text dash base. Also on hover, it's going to be underline. Let's go inside there, and we have track.artist. I'm gonna save it, and let's go here and take a look in the browser. And well, we cannot see the player bar in here because for now we are only working on the version when the track is available. We haven't yet working like if, for example, here no track available. Save it. Let's go there, and there you guys can see we haven't designed anything in here yet. That's coming. So yeah, hold on to that. Here after the link here we have a div, and now I want you to get out of that div and be inside the fragment, and in here we have icon button, and to that we have a label, and that's going to have just gonna say something like save to liked songs. For now this is eventually is going to be changed. It's going to be a two-way. Right now it's just one way. Then we have size, that's going to be small. Let's go inside there, and here we have a heart from the Lucid React. Hold on, heart, there you go. And in here we have size, which is going to be 16. I'm gonna save it. Let's go there, and well, we cannot see that yet, but no problem. Eventually we will see that. And now in this state where not where when the current track is not selected, then we're going for something like this here. Hold on. Yeah, in here we are going for a div that's going to have some classes: flex min dash width dash 0, items center gap of 3, text small, text dash subdued. Open the div here, and we have another div here, and this is going to be self-closing div. We give it some class names like height dash 12, width dash 12, and then we have also shrink 0 dash 0. There you go, rounded. And you have bg dash elevated base, and then you have on small screen sizes and onward it's going to be height dash 14. Then also for the small and onward it's going to be width dash 14 as well. After that, here we have another div. There are some class names like min dash width dash 0, and to this one here we're going for a p tag that's going to have a class name, and that is going to be UI.player title, font medium, and it's going to be nothing playing. Another p tag, class name, there you go. This is going to be UI.player artist. Pick a track to get started. I'm gonna save it, format everything. Let's go here. And this is what it looks like right now. Let's go back to our code editor in here. And now after this div here, we have center here. So div class name is going to be flex shrink 0 flex call items center gap of 2. Open that. Here we have controls. Then after the controls, here we have div, another one. Give it some class names like hidden. That's going to be hidden on mobile screen sizes width dash full max dash width dash 560 pixels. Then on Excel screen sizes and onward, it's going to be block. Here we have here progress bar. These are all basically going to be the components that we haven't created yet, and we eventually will. Right after this one here, we have the right one here. And now after that, here we're going for the right column, and that is going to be a div again here. Class name flex shrink 0. Then we have items center justify end on Excel screen sizes. It's going to be flex none. And if we go in there, that's going to be volume control basically. And that should be it. Let me get out of this div here now and create another div here that's going to be full width. So div class name mx-auto width dash full max width dash 720 pixels. Excel screen sizes is going to be hidden. Open the div here. We have p tag progress bar. Save it. Let's go here. And there you go. Our controls are going to be displayed over here. So basically, if I go here, class name text dash center, class name text dash center, and here as well, text dash center. Save it. Let's go here, refresh, and we messed up somewhere. Yeah, I got this. Class name text dash center. Save it. Let's go here. So you guys can see here that this is the one that we have for when the track is not playing. Then the controls are going to be displayed here in the center. Then the volume control is going to be in the left hand side, sorry, in the right hand side. And then the progress bar is going to be on the bottom for the full width. But for this item specifically, we have given it a max width of 720 pixels. So that is what we are going to create now, all of these controls and everything. Let's go to our code editor, and I'm gonna create a new file inside components, and we have our player. So in there is going to be a new file that's gonna be controls.tsx. Use client, and in here we have repeat from Lucid React, and I'm gonna go here. We also have repeat 1. We also need shuffle, skip back, and skip forward. There you go. Then we need use player store. We need icon button, and we need play button. There you go. Now in here we have export, function, controls, and let's do this. And for now, I'm gonna simply return a div from here, class name flex items dash center, and then gap dash 3. In here we have icon button. That's going to be label enable shuffle. Then we have size small. We have active. That's gonna be in a minute. Actually, let's leave active here. And instead of here, I'm gonna use a closing tag in here. And inside that here, I'm gonna need shuffle from the Lucid React, and size is going to be 16. So that is pretty much that I just need for now in order to display it on our player bar. So if I go to player bar, this is our controls. So here's our controls. That's what I'm gonna use here. Now if we go here to the browser, here we have this icon, and now we're gonna make sure that we build the complete controls component. Let's go there. And in here, I'm gonna go for const is playing is equal to use player store. It's going to be s arrow function s dot is playing. Then we have const is shuffle is equal to use player store s, and that's going to be s dot is shuffle. Then we have const repeat mode is equal to use player store s, and that's going to be s dot repeat mode. Then we have const has track is equal to use player store s, and there we have s. Hold on, we have boolean in here. That's going to be s dot current track. And then here we have const. That's going to be toggle play next previous toggle shuffle cycle repeat is equal to use player store s. That's going to be s dot actions, and formatted properly. There you go. And now in here for the label, we're going to go for active is shuffle. Then we need here on click, that's going to be toggle shuffle. There you go. And we disable it when the hash tag is false. Format everything, and there you go. Let's go here, and it's just like this. It's disabled for now, and we're gonna be working on the rest of the stuff. So here, after this icon button, I'm gonna add another icon button here. There you go. This is gonna say previous. Size is going to be small. Active is not needed for now. Then on click is going to be previous. Then disabled when there's no track. And in here, instead of shuffle, it's going to be skip back. Size is going to be 18, and class name is going to be fill dash current. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go. This is our previous, and just like that, we're gonna build the next one. So I'm gonna copy this one, paste it here. Instead of previous here, we're gonna go for the next, and it's gonna be size small, and it's gonna say next in here as well, and it's going to be disabled when there's no track. And of course, instead of skip back, it's going to be skip forward. And if we go here, there you go. But inside that, between both of those icons, we need another icon here. So I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go for play button. That's the one that we created earlier, right? And playing that's gonna be is playing. Then we have on click, that's gonna toggle play. Then we have size empty. Then we have area label, that's going to be is playing. Then we're gonna say pause, otherwise we're gonna say play. Save it, format it properly, and there you go. We have this here, and the button as well. Let's go back here, and now after this button, we're gonna create another icon button, just like that. And now inside that, there's going to be a label, and label for this one is going to be, let's say, repeat mode when that is equal to track. Then we are going for disable repeat. Otherwise, if repeat mode is identical to context, then we are going for enable repeat 1. Otherwise, it's going to be enable repeat. And now after this one here, we are going for size, which is going to be small. We are going for active. That's going to be if repeat mode is not equal to off, then it's going to be active. And on click is going to be, there you go, with a capital C. On click is going to be cycle repeat. There you go. Now let me confirm. Seems like we have actually, hold on. Yeah, that needs to stop here. Yes, that's an extra parenthesis there, extra curly brace there. Let me format it properly, and there you go. Now after that here, we need disabled. So when it's going to be disabled, when has no track. And now I'm going to open this button here, and it's going to say repeat mode. Hold on. Repeat mode when that is equal to track, then we are displaying repeat 1. There you go. Otherwise, we're displaying repeat, this one. And in this one, we're going to say size is going to be 16, and this one is going to be size 16 as well. And there you go. Let's go here, and this is the repeat button we have. So this is in the center, shuffle, previous, next, and the enable. And with that, I mean the repeat. And with that, our complete controls component is done. All right, the next thing that we need is, I'm going to close this controls here, and inside components, clear, I'm going to create a new file, and that is going to be progress bar.tsx. Use client, then we have use player store. We also have format duration from utils. And now let's come down here, and we go for export function progress bar. We open that, and here we have const progress is equal to use player store s, and we're going for s dot progress. I'm gonna duplicate it a few times. The second one here is gonna be duration, and duration here as well. There you go. Then here we have seek, and this one is going to be actions dot seek. Duplicate it one more time. Actually, no. Const elapsed is equal to, we're going for progress divided by 100. And we're gonna multiply that to a duration. And that's gonna give us our elapsed time. Now here we're going for return. Inside there, we have a div. Class names are flex. Then we have width dash full. We have items dash center. We have gap of 2. Inside that div, we have a span. Class name width dash 10, shrink 0, text dash right. Font is going to be mono for this one specifically, and text dash is going to be 11 pixels. Here we have tabular nums and text dash subdued. All right, now I'm gonna open that span, and this is gonna contain format duration, and it's gonna be take elapsed. All right, now after this span here, we need something like slider in here. That slider we have not created yet. We're gonna create that just in a minute. But after that slider here, we need another span. That span is gonna be class name is going to be width dash 10, shrink 0, font dash mono, text dash 11 pixels, tabular nums, and here we have text dash subdued, and this is gonna display here format duration and duration in here. All right, now this needs to be displayed in the player bar. That's here. So we have progress bar, and there you go. Now if we go here, this is the progress bar. Basically we have this the time, elapsed time, the total time, and this is the slider that we're going to create. That is going to be this long line that we're going to create now. Let's go to the code editor and close this file. I'm going to go to components, and there we have this UI, and inside the UI I'm going to create this new file, call it slider.tsx and rfc. There you go, and that slider needs to be displayed here. Instead of this, it's gonna be slider. Sorry, hold on. Not here. Yeah, progress bar. Yes, here. Slider. There you go. The slider is there, and that's being displayed here. Just to confirm, 111, save it, and yes, well, good. Now here, this is gonna be use client, and we have use ref that we're bringing, as well as we are also getting type CSS properties from React. We have also CN, and in here I'm going for interface slider props, and that's going to be props. Yeah, that's going to be value number. Eventually that's gonna be from 0 to 100 basically. Then on change, it's going to be value, which is gonna be number, and it's gonna be a void. It's not going to return anything. On change end, what value, that's going to be a number, and it's a void function. Then after that, here we have area label, that's going to be a string, class name optional and string, track height optional and number. After that, here we have export. Yeah, this one actually, export default function, and there's no need for the default here actually. Export function slider, and in here we're going for value on change end. Then we have area label, class name, track height is going to be 4 equal to 4 by default, and that all is going to be a type of slider props. On change height, on change end, yeah, value, this one, Okay, hold on change end, yeah, there's E needed, and track height, yeah, there's T needed. Yeah, there you go. Now inside this function here, before the return, we're gonna go for const reference is going to be use ref, and that's gonna be HTML div element, and initially it's gonna be null. And we have const dragging reference is equal to use ref, it's gonna be false. There you go. Now here we have const update from event equal to this arrow function, and we are gonna give some arguments here. That's client x, which is going to be a number basically. So const element is equal to ref dot current. Then we have if element doesn't exist, we simply return from there const rect is equal to element dot get bounding client react, and there you go. Then we have const pct is equal to math dot max 0 math dot min, this one is going to be 100. And here I'm going to go for parentheses one more time. This one we have client x with a capital C, client x minus rect dot left, we get out of one parenthesis, go for slash rect dot width, and then we get out of one slash one parenthesis again, and we go for divided by 100. And in here it's going to be on change is going to be pct. All right, I'm gonna format everything, and after that we have const on pointer down is equal to this arrow function, and this is going to take an event which is going to be react dot pointer event, and that's going to be HTML div element. In here we have dragging reference dot current is equal to true. Then we have here e dot current target as HTML element. That's gonna be on that. We're gonna use dot set pointer capture. Gonna go for e dot pointer ID here. We have update from event e dot client x. There you go. Now I'm gonna scroll down a little bit here, and here we have const on pointer move is equal to arrow function, open that. This is going to be an event react dot pointer event. Again, this is going to be HTML div element, and in here we're going for if dragging reference dot current isn't available, then we simply return. Otherwise, update from event with the e dot client x. There you go. Get out of this again, put a space here. Yeah, let me bring it up a little bit. We still need to write a couple of functions and variables before we get to the UI part of this component, so let's do that. Const on pointer up is equal to this arrow function, open that, and this is going to be an event which is going to be react dot pointer event, and this is going to be HTML div element just like the rest we have added so far. if dragging ref dot current doesn't exist, we return from this one as well, and dragging reference dot current is equal to false, and then we go for try, open that, and catch, open that. In the try, we're going for e dot current target as HTML element dot release pointer capture. That's gonna be e dot pointer ID. There you go. And in the catch, basically we have nothing. That is just because that is mandatory in this case. And after that, we have on change end. That's going to be value. Hold on. There you go. Yes, hold on. There you go. Value. Just like that. Now get out of this one, and we have const clamped is equal to math dot max 0, math dot min 100, and value here. Then we have const style vars is equal to css properties. Hold on. CSS properties is equal to, did we bring that CSS properties? Yes, we did. Yeah, there you go. CSS properties. Oh, I see that. It should be colon, not equal. Style vars is equal to CSS properties, and I mean the type of CSS properties, and in there we're going for height. That's going to be track height. That's pretty much it. And now we finally going for the return here. So there you go, open that. We have a div. We're gonna give it some class names, and before that actually we're gonna give it a reference. That is going to be the reference that we have. We're gonna give it a role. That is going to be a slider. We're gonna give it a tab index. That's gonna be 0. We're gonna give it a area label. There you go. And that is going to be area label that we have. Then we have area dash value minimum is going to be 0, and area dash value max, that is going to be 100. And then we need area, hold on, yeah, area value now, that is going to be math dot round clamped, not clamp, clamped. There you go. After that, here I'm going to bring it down here as well, and now here it's going to be on pointer down. It's going to be on pointer down. On pointer move, it's going to be on pointer move. On pointer up, it's going to be on pointer up. These are the ones that we have created so far, and these are the ones that are given to us in these HTML like JSX tags. So then we have on key down, and here we're going to create a few shortcuts as well. So it's going to be event arrow function, open that, and that is going to be if e dot key is identical to arrow right, then on change math dot min 100 value plus 2. If e dot key is equal to identical to arrow left, then on change is going to be math dot max 0 value -2. Then here we have if e dot key is identical to home on change is going to be 0, and if e dot key is identical to end. That's for the shortcuts that are available on the Windows keyboard. Basically, they are not available on the Mac. So yeah, don't try doing that on change, or you can totally skip them. That's completely up to you. And that's pretty much it. Now we need the class name. Class name, that is going to be here, cn. Let's go for group, relative, flex, width full, cursor pointer, items center, select none. Now in here, that's going to be class name, the prop that we already have. All right. Let's open that div here and create another div inside that. Let's actually take a look if we see anything in here. Well, there are some issues. Oh, I see that. That is because we are no longer doing the default. That's why. There you go. This is what we have so far. The space is there, but we need to make it visible. Let's keep working. Let's go here. Actually, yeah, slider. And we're going to give it some props in a minute. So just hold on, right? So to this div, we're going to give it some class names like relative. Then we have width dash full, overflow hidden, rounded full, bg white slash 30. And to also to this one, we're going to give it a style. That's going to be style vars, the one that we have created above. There you go, this one. Let me format that. And now let's open that div. And inside that div, create another div. Give it some class names. Absolute, inset y 0, left 0, rounded full, bg white, transition colors. Then we have group hover. That's going to be bg Spotify green. Yeah, after this one style, and now that is going to be width is going to be a dynamic value, which is going to be clamped in this case. And we can get rid of this one and make it self-closing tag. All right, let's go here. This is what we have, and of course it's not working. We have some issues. We will get to that in a minute, but before that, we need a span after this div here. So span, that's also going to be self-closing. Class name is going to be absolute. Then we have h-3, we have width-3, we have minus translate x, minus translate x. Hold on, minus translate x, that's going to be 1/2. Then we have rounded dash full, bg dash white, opacity is going to be 0, shadow md. There you go. Then we have transition opacity. We also have group hover opacity 100, group focus within that is going to be opacity 100 as well. And after that, here we're gonna need a style for this one as well. That is going to be left. Hold on, yeah, left is gonna be clamped here as well. All right, let's go there. And this is the one that we just did, and we have a few issues. The issue is on change PCT. I guess that should be, I'm gonna go to, yeah, there you go, on change PCT. Oh, I guess because we haven't put any, yeah, that's for sure. We haven't put any props here. That's why. That's why it's saying that it's not a function. And but there's one thing I just noticed, that there's this double F. So I'm gonna do select this one and make sure that all of those are selected where that name is being used. I'm gonna get rid of this extra F from there. So update F, update from event. Yeah. All right, now let's get back to the progress bar. And in here, we need all of those props. So in here, that is going to be value, which is going to be progress in this case. Then we have on change, that's going to be this seek, not seed. Yeah, it's going to be seek. Then we have area label, SEEK. Then we have class name, that's going to be flex-1. Well, guys, yes, I do accept that all the time, that I make terrible mistakes in spellings all the time, but I do find them and I fix them. That's the main point. So format everything here, and in slider on change end is missing. Oh, yes, there is one thing, that this on change end needs to be optional. There you go. Now I guess we're good to go. Let's go here and I'm gonna refresh, just precautionary, and let's try moving that. Well, that is not moving, but we are no longer getting the error, and it's not moving because that's 00 and that's 00. This is working, but it would work visually when there is some time to get and deduct time from, in order to give us the time elapsed here and total time here. But since we have no song selected yet, that's why it's seems like it's not working, but it is. Just like the play button is not working, but it is. But it's just that we have right now no way to give it a song easily, and that is kind of something that I don't want to do separately. I just want to handle that part when we do the Deezer API. All right. The next one that we need, that is volume control for this area. Let's do that. Inside the player, create a new file that is going to be volume control.tsx. Use client. Here we have volume. Let's go here, and we need volume 1, volume 2, and volume X. Then we have use player store. We need slider. We need icon button. There you go. Export function volume control. Open that. We have a return here, and that's going to be a div. Class name is going to be flex width dash 24, items center, gap of 2, large screen sizes, width is going to be 32, and open that div. And in here we have icon button, and that icon button is going to do a few things here. So first of all, I'm gonna actually put this to comment, and for now I'm just gonna go for something. Actually, yeah, get rid of this one. Let's use p tag volume here, and then progress bar. Let's go there. No, not progress bar, but we need player bar. Yeah, there you go. And that's gonna be, we have progress bar here. This is where it goes. So we're gonna use volume control and we're good to go now. Let's go here, take a look, and volume here. Awesome. Let's go back to this file here. I'm gonna bring it here, and now I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna create some stuff like const volume is equal to use player store s dot volume. There you go. Const set volume. Actually, you know what? Duplicate it a few times. So this volume is going to be set volume. It's going to be actions dot set volume. This is going to be toggle mute. Then here it goes actions dot toggle mute. Save it. After this one here, we're going for const icon is equal to volume. When that is equal to 0, then we're going for volume X. This one. Otherwise, we are going for when the volume is less than 0.33, we are going for simple volume here. Otherwise, when the volume is less than 0.66, then we are going for volume 1, and finally, otherwise we're going for volume 2 here, and that should go here and format everything. There you go. Yeah, this could be confusing. You can do that with the if statement, but it's just ternary operator. And yeah, anyway, here we are in the return here. I'm gonna bring it up, and in here we're going for icon button now. So for the each icon button, we're going for label, which is going to be if the volume is identical to 0, then we're going for unmute. Otherwise, we're going for mute. Then we need size, which is going to be small. Then we need on click. That is going to be toggle mute, the one that we just brought from the store up here. And then inside here, it's going to be icon. And the size of this is going to be 18. There you go. After this one here, let me actually format everything, save everything. Let's go here. Yes, this is what we have. The icon is changing perfectly. Let's go here, and now we need the slider. And for that, we need value. So 100, sorry, hold on. Volume divided by 100. That is the value. Then we have on change. It's going to be volume set volume divided by 100. Then we have area label. That's going to be volume, and class name here in this one is going to be flex-1. Save it, format everything. Let's go to the browser here and have a look, and there you go. The mute button is working, and of course the slider is there just like the seeker one here. And this is going to work when we have a real track in here and when we have the real volume in here, and that is coming next. Now there's one more thing that we need to adjust, and that is if I decrease the width of this application, you would notice that on this screen size, this looks good, this as well, but the progress bar is hidden. That is why, because in here, let's close the volume control, and in the player bar, we need that progress bar here as well at this point. Save it. Let's go here, and there you go. This is the progress bar that we have now. Fantastic. Excellent. Now, if you go to the code editor and if we go to our app shell, there you go. you would notice that we have the player bar, but if we go for a smaller screen size, let's say I'm gonna go for the iPhone 14 Pro Max here, then we have nothing here. We have only this mobile player bar at the bottom, and that is what we need to work on now. So that goes here basically. So first of all, I'm gonna get rid of this here, save it here. Then I'm gonna go and create a new file. That new file is gonna be inside components. Then we have layout. There you go. And then here we have new file, which is going to be mobile player bar.tsx. It's going to be a use client, a client component. Then we also bring link from here. We have heart, we have pause, we have skip forward, we have use player store that we want to bring in here, also UI, as well as cover image. There you go. Now here, export function mobile player bar. Open that function here, and we go for const track is equal to use player store. We have store in here and s dot current track. Then we have const is playing is equal to use player store s dot is playing. There you go. And here we have const progress is equal to use player store s and s dot progress. Here we have const toggle play and next is equal to use player store s and s dot actions, and we are basically extracting the values from there. Now here we're gonna go for return. Open that. Here we have a div. Give it some class names like relative, mx-1, mb-1, overflow hidden, rounded lg, and bg-bg-tinted base. Open that div here. We have another div. Give it some class names. And by the way, this div is going to be self-closing. So here we have absolute inset x1. Then we have bottom 0.5, height dash 0.5, 0.5. Then we have rounded full and bg white slash 15. There you go. Actually, yeah, this needs to have a closing div, and the div that is available inside that's a self-closing div. Sorry, my bad. So here, class name is going to be height dash full. Then we have rounded full. Then we have bg dash white. Now here, we're going for style. We have width. That is going to be math.max 0, math.min 100, and we go for the progress in here. And finally, after this parenthesis here, we put the percentage there. We have this div. Let's get out of that div, but be inside the main div for now. And we have another div in here. I'm gonna give it some class names like flex items dash center. Come on. Center and gap 3. Then we have px3 and py2. Open that, and then we're going for something if track is available. Then we're doing this, otherwise we're going for this empty string, for example. So in here, this is going to be a div, sorry, this is going to be an empty fragment, in which we have a link. First of all, href, that's going to be slash album slash track dot album id. There you go. And then here we open that, and here we have cover image. That's going to be source, and that is going to be track dot cover URL. Then we have alt, which is going to just stay there empty. Size is going to be 40. You can put something into the alt if you want to. There are so many things. Shape is going to be square, and sizes is going to be 40 pixels. I'm gonna save it, format everything properly. And now if I go to app shell, mobile player bar, yeah, that's where it needs to be. Now if I go here, that is where that is gonna be displayed. So if I go back to this one, and let's say the only thing that we're designing right now, that is for when the track exists, but when the track does not exist, not available. Save it, let's go there, and there you go. We see our thing here. So after this link here, we have a div. I'm gonna give it some class names, and those class names are going to be minimum dash width dash 0. Then we have flex dash 1. And then in here, we have paragraph. Class name is going to be UI.player title. And it's gonna say track dot title. Then we have another one in here. It's gonna be UI dot player artist, and it's gonna say track dot artist. There you go. After this div, we have a button. This is going to be type of button. Then we have area label, which is going to be, hang on, yeah. For now, we're just gonna put one value here, and that is going to be save to liked songs. We will change that later when we have another thing that I want to add. So here we have on, actually on click can come later too. So yeah, just hold on to that. And here we have class name, that is going to be px-1. We have text-text subdued, and then we have transition. And on active, this is going to be scale 95. There you go. I'm going to open that button. Here we have heart icon. That's going to be size of 20. Class name. There's going to be a specific class name, which basically the thing is, there's going to be heart is going to be used for the liked songs, but we haven't designed, we haven't done the hooks for that part yet. Once the hooks are ready, then we will start the implementation here in the UI. We cannot do that yet. So for now, I'm going to get rid of the class name from here as well. Now after this button here, we're gonna have another button. So button, the type for the button is going to be button as well. So no submit. Area label in this case is going to be is playing. When that is true, we're going for pause. And when that is not true, we're going for play. Save it, and yeah, play. Now here also, come on, here we're going for on click. That's gonna be toggle play, and this is a similar functionality that we are gonna do for this button. That's gonna be for the like toggle like, and this text changes to depending on if the song is already liked or not. So here we're going for class name. That's gonna be px-1. We have text-text subdued. Then we have transition. We have on active, it's going to be scale 95. I'm gonna open that button, and now in here we have is playing, then we're doing this, otherwise we're doing this. So in this piece of code, we're going for pause. That's gonna be size 22. Class name is going to be fill dash current. In this case, we're going for play, and this is gonna be size, hold on, yeah, play, there you go. And then we have size 22, and class name is going to be filled current and transition X. That's gonna be 1 pixel. Save it. And now if we go to the browser here, well, we still don't see anything because we haven't designed that part yet. We will get to that, don't worry. Now after this button, we need another button here. So type for this one is also button. Then we have area label, that's gonna be next. Then we have on click, it's going to be next. Then we have class name, that's gonna be px-1 text base text dash base. And we have transition there you go. And we have on active, it's gonna be scale 95. Open that button, and here we have skip forward, that's the button. Size, that is going to be 20, and class name is going to be fill dash current. So we have type, let me format everything. We have type, area label, on click, everything is in place. And now we get to this part where the track is not available. So that is going to be a div tag, class name flex, items dash center, gap of 3, py-1, text dash small, text dash subdued. Open that div. We have another div in here. Class name is going to be height dash 10. Then we have width dash 10. We have rounded simply, and bg dash elevated dash base. And then after that, here we have another div, and we give it class name. Actually, yeah, no need for the classes for this one. And in here we have a p tag. We give it class name, that's gonna be UI dot player title. And we also attach, hang on, we also attach font dash medium there you go. And this button is gonna say nothing playing. We need another button that's gonna say no need for this here though. Yep. And this is gonna be player artist, and this is gonna say pick a track to get started. Save that, format everything. Let's go here, and there you go. We have nothing playing and pick a track to get started. So that bar is almost done, except for one like thing that we're gonna cover in a few minutes or soon. All right, now we're gonna work on a few hooks, and for that we're gonna need to go to the lib folder, and in the hook there's going to be a new file that's gonna be use audio.ts. So use client, this is gonna be use effect from React, use ref from React, and ref object from React. There you go. Here we have use player store as well, and we're going for export function use audio engine audio ref, that's gonna be ref object, it's gonna be HTML audio element, or it's gonna be null simply. Open that, and here we have const last source reference is going to be use ref, that's gonna be either string or null, and by default it's null. Then we have const last seek token ref is equal to use ref and 0. Here we have use effect, that's gonna be a function Open that, and as a second parameter here, second value here, that's going to be audio ref here. And now inside that, here we have const audio is equal to audio ref dot current. Then we have if audio isn't there, then we're gonna just return simple const set progress, set duration, set buffering, next pause. These are gonna be extracted from use player store s. Hold on, yeah, use player store dot get state dot actions. There you go. And then here we have const on time update is equal to, open that, we have const d is equal to audio dot duration. Then if number dot is finite d, if that's not the case, or d is less than or equal to 0, then we simply return from here. If that's not the case, then we go for the set progress. That's gonna be audio dot current time divided by duration, which is d, and that all, hold on, yeah, here d, and that all should be multiplied by 100. There you go. Now after that, here we are going for const on load meta data is equal to this arrow function. Open that. We have if number dot is finite audio dot duration, and audio dot duration is more than 0, only then we're going for set duration audio dot duration. There you go. Now here we're going for const on waiting is equal to this arrow function set buffering to true, and const on playing is equal to set buffering to false, and const on can play is equal to, not cans, on can play, that's gonna be set buffering set to be false as well. We have const on ended is equal to this arrow function. Open that, and that's gonna be set progress to 0, and we're going for the next. There you go. We have const on error is equal to, that's gonna be set buffering to false, and that's gonna pause. We have audio dot add event listener time update, that's gonna be on time update. We have audio dot add event listener, that's gonna be loaded metadata, that's gonna be on loaded metadata. There you go. And 1 second here, on loaded metadata, that should be like that. There you go. Next one should be audio dot add event listener, that's gonna be waiting, that's gonna be on waiting here as well. Audio dot add event listener, that's gonna be playing, this is gonna be on playing. There you go. We have audio dot add event listener, that's gonna be can play, and that's gonna be on can play. Audio that dot add event listener, that's gonna be ended. This is gonna be on ended. And finally, here we have audio that dot add event listener error, that's gonna be on error. And audio dot volume here is gonna be equal to use player store dot get state dot volume. There you go. And finally, here we're going for return to unmount all of these basically. So I'm gonna grab this complete list, paste it here, and let me bring it up a little, format everything properly, and this is gonna be, let me select all of these. There you go. This is, instead of add, this is gonna be remove event listener. We have time update, we have loaded metadata, we have waiting, we have playing, can play, ended, and error. Basically everything from the top, but with the remove event listener. Save it, format everything. Now here after this, we're gonna go do a performance thing basically. So subscribe imperatively to the store to avoid re-renders for every time update basically. So for that, we have use effect here once again, arrow function, open that. We have const unsubscribe is equal to use player store dot subscribe state, and previous state is equal to this function here basically. So we have const audio is equal to audio dot audio reference dot current. We have if audio is not there, then we return from there. Const next source is going to be equal to state dot current track if that is available, and then when that is available, then audio URL from that. If that's good, that's good, otherwise it's just an empty string. If next source isn't equal to last source dot current, then we're going for last source reference dot current is equal to next source. There you go. If next source, open that, we have audio dot source is equal to next source now, and we have audio dot current time is equal to 0. Audio dot load, and we have if state dot is playing, then void audio dot play dot catch. And here that's gonna be another arrow function here basically, and that arrow function here basically precautionary. So basically in this thing you can go for something like console dot log rejected or something, right? That's for something like audio play policy or load error or something like that. And now after this if here, we need else in here, open that, audio dot remove attribute, you're going for source there, and audio dot load, and after this here we're going for return. Then we have this if statement. Actually, there's one thing that we need to adjust, and that is that we need to bring this whole thing. There we have this else, this return, we need to bring this whole thing after here. So basically this else needs to go here if the next source isn't available. Then we're going for this. Let me format properly, and there you go. Now we have this next source that goes there, then we have else on that, and now after this we are going for another one, that is if state dot is playing is not equal to previous dot is playing. And for that we're going to go for if state dot is playing. Open that, void audio dot play dot catch, and here just like previously we're gonna do a, like, let's say console for now, console.log rejected or something. That's for event like engine's error handler. We'll resync the state basically. So here after this one we're gonna go for else, open that, audio dot pause, and there you go. Now after this if here we're gonna get down, we have if state dot volume isn't equal to previous dot volume, audio dot volume is going to be equal to state dot volume in that case. Get out of there, and we have another if statement. If state dot seek token is not equal to last seek token reference dot current, then last seek token reference dot current is equal to state dot seek token, and const d is equal to audio dot duration, and then we have if number dot is finite duration here and d is more than 0, then in that case we're going for audio dot current time is equal to state dot progress divided by 100 multiplied by duration. I'm gonna save everything and I'm gonna format everything now. After here, basically after this unsubscribe, we're gonna go here, and that's gonna be const s is equal to use player store dot get state last seek token reference dot current is equal to s dot seek token, and here we finally return unsubscribe, and here we're gonna do audio reference, and I'm gonna save everything and format everything. There you go, and that file is done as well.